Good evening and welcome to the City of Cedar Falls Planning and Zoning Commission meeting for Wednesday, April 22nd, 2026. I will call the meeting to order. Can we have a roll call, please?
Fisher.
Here.
Gribovich. Hartley.
Here.
Henderson. Johnson.
Here.
Koger.
Here.
Moser. Here. Stallnaker.
Here.
Watkins. Here. We have 2 absent tonight.
Thank you. First on the agenda is approval of minutes from last meeting.
So move.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is this all those in favor say aye?
Aye.
Any opposed? Those will go into record. Next up on the agenda is time for public comment about anything that is not on the agenda later on. Don't believe we have anything, so we will go straight to new business. And first up, we have an urban renewal plan for Wild Horse Ridge 7th edition. I'll leave a presentation for this.
Yes. Thank you, Commission. On the agenda tonight is an urban renewal plan for Wild Horse Ridge 7th edition. You've seen me here several times over the past year or so with some of these urban renewal plans for residential developments, and we got 2 of them on the agenda tonight. So this is the Wild Horse Ridge 7th Urban Renewal Plan. You can see on the map this is located in the Wild Horse Ridge subdivision, generally been under construction for the past 20 years. They're looking to move forward with the 7th edition. I think this total subdivision has a total of 10 additions, so they are ready to move forward on the 7th edition. This will include the construction of 32 new single-family homes and will also include a 2.25 acre park space that will be dedicated to the city as part of the development. Again, the reason for the commission action tonight is for any urban renewal plans that come before the city. They shall be reviewed by the local, by the Planning and Zoning Commission for recommendations as to its conformity to the general plan of the city, which is also known as the comprehensive plan. That recommendation from the Planning and Zoning Commission then gets forwarded to City Council. The City Council did set the date of hearing at its meeting on Monday night for May 18th. Again, goals within the Cedar Falls Comprehensive Plan, which was adopted in 2012, include encouraging diverse housing opportunities, repairing aging infrastructure, and expanding technology infrastructure to attract business and industry. One of the components of the comprehensive plan is the future land use map. The future land use map, which is in your packet and depicted on the map above, shows the entire Wild Horse subdivision as both low-density residential and medium-density residential. This area was actually rezoned back to RP, which is Planned Residential District, back in 2005 when the subdivision first began development. As you can see, that, like I said, it's both medium-density residential, which this subdivision has mainly been built out as single-family homes, so it doesn't necessarily meet medium density. Although in one of the future phases, I think it's phase 8 or 9, they will be building some bi-attached dwellings to increase the density somewhat, but also mainly the subdivision over the past 20 years has been developed mainly as single-family homes, and I think the entirety of the 7th edition will be mainly single-family homes in addition to the park space. Again, objectives of the urban renewal plan, again, is to increase the availability of housing opportunities, stimulating private investment, plan for the sufficient land for residential development, help finance the cost of constructing public infrastructure, strengthening the tax base. Again, to meet those objectives, the City Council has adopted a new guideline to allow for the reimbursement of 50% of the cost to install public infrastructure within these subdivisions. That public infrastructure includes new roads, sanitary sewer, storm sewer, water mains, anything that the city is going to end up owning can be reimbursed through TIF, through the urban renewal area. This incentive can only be offered after the urban renewal area has been in place and then approval of a subsequent development agreement by the City Council. So the City Council will be reviewing the development agreement once the Council reviews the urban renewal plan. Again, based on those goals in the future land and the future land uses listed in the comprehensive plan, staff does find that the proposed objectives of the proposed urban renewal plan are in conformance with the comprehensive plan for the city, and would recommend that the Planning and Zoning Commission recommend approval and pass that recommendation on to City Council. I'm available for any questions if you have them.
Are there any questions immediately? I do have one. The park space, the 2.25 acres, is that based on calculations from the 7th edition or 7 through 10?
I think Karen can answer that. I think it's the remaining additions.
Right, if you might recall, you reviewed this preliminary plat, and that was sort of the, right when this was going through the process, the park dedication hadn't been passed yet, but they agreed to dedicate parkland based on the remaining portion of their subdivision.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is the petitioner here at all tonight and would like to speak to this issue? Don't believe so. Is there anyone from the public who would like to speak on this item? Yep, please come on up to the microphone and state your name and address for the record, please.
Donna Ketterhagen. I live in the Arbors subdivision. I have a question regarding the gentleman who just spoke. I'm wondering if there's parks, and maybe I missed it, but are there going to be parks planned for like swings and slides and, right, instead of just residential? I don't think they have any parks in that area. I'm just curious.
Are you talking about the arbors, or are you talking about?
No.
This
Wild
subdivision?
horse.
Yeah, so the developer will dedicate the land to the city through the platting process, and then the city will take that land, and it'll be designed as a park based on input from the neighborhood. So it'll be
Okay,
part of the capital
perfect.
improvements plan for the city.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments on this item? Seeing none, do we have a motion on this before any discussion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I would second that.
Okay.
And I like these urban renewal plans. I mean, similar to a TIF district in a commercial property. I mean, this gives incentive for more development. So, big fan of this program.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I believe we need a roll call vote, please.
Okay, Fisher,
Aye.
Hartley,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Koger,
Aye.
Moser,
Aye.
Stallnaker,
Aye.
Watkins.
Aye.
Okay, that motion carries.
Thank you very much. Next, we have another urban renewal plan, this time for Green Hill Village Commons. Welcome back.
Thank you. That's what everyone must be here for this one, and not the rest of them. All right, so on the agenda now is the new urban renewal plan for Green Hill Village Commons. This is a new 16-lot subdivision. I believe the Planning and Zoning Commission just recently reviewed the preliminary plat for this. I believe City Council just approved it at their last meeting. This is for 16 new lots. Actually will be an infill development in Green Hill Village, located along the extension of Lauren Drive and the northerly extension of Addison Drive within the Green Hill Village subdivision. Again, similar to the last request, looking for conformance of the future land use map and comprehensive plan with the proposed urban renewal plan. So I won't go into all of the details again. City Council also did set the date of hearing on Monday, April 20th for May 18th as well. So again, with the Planning and Zoning Commission's review, looking at the comprehensive plan and future land use map, the comprehensive plan does actually show this site as low density residential. If the commission may remember, I think this was approved for townhomes within the last year or two. Again, the developer now of this property is going back and proposing all single family lots, which is more in conformance with like the rest of the neighborhood to the south, where it's all mainly single family homes. So again, as it is in conformance with the future land use map showing it as low density. And again, same would apply here with this subdivision. The urban renewal area would allow for the city to enter into a development agreement with the developer to help offset the cost of 50% of the public infrastructure, which would include the extension of Lauren Drive across the property and then the extension of Ashworth Drive or Addison Drive to the north to connect this subdivision to the surrounding streets. So again, staff would recommend approval of this based on the conformance with the comprehensive plan and forward that recommendation to City Council.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any questions right away? Don't see any. Thank you. Is the petitioner for this item here and would like to speak to this at all? Don't believe so. So is there anyone from the public who would like to speak to this item? Maybe it isn't for all for this item. Do we have a motion to bring it back for discussion?
I would move to approve.
Second. All right. Any discussion from the commission at all?
No, straightforward, just like the last one. I
All right.
support this move.
Motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Fisher?
Aye.
Hartley?
Aye.
Johnson?
Aye.
Koger?
Aye.
Moser?
Aye.
Stallnaker?
Aye.
Watkins?
Aye.
Okay, that moves on to council then.
All right. Next, we have rezoning of 48.37 acres within West Viking Road Industrial Park from M1P Planned Light Industrial to P Public and associated land use map amendment. It's a mouthful. Karen, you have this one tonight.
Yes. Thank you. So this is the location map here of the subject properties that are being proposed for rezoning to public. This is the site of the proposed Viking Energy Center. I want to note, just on the agenda, this request for P zoning is to be in place of the withdrawal of the request for M2 zoning. So later on the agenda, as you remember from the last meeting, you set a public hearing for the rezoning to M2 for the same property. The city and CFU have withdrawn that application for M2 zoning and instead are proposing this to be zoned to P, public zoning district. The current zoning is M1P, Planned Light Industrial District. The proposed zoning is public zoning, and that particular zoning designation is reserved only for government uses. Private uses such as cryptocurrency mining would not be allowed in the public zone. So along with this, we need to change the future land use map to recognize this as a public entity, public zoning. So that's the proposal here, is to change the map to this light blue designation, which stands for public and utilities. The utility substation that's to the west of these lots is already designated on the future land use map as a public and utilities. This would be changed then to conform with the public zoning and recognize that. Along with this, the M1P zoning designation that it's zoned right now is a master planned industrial park. It is the city's industrial park. So it does have a master plan with it. And so to recognize a rezoning to public, we would need to change the master plan. So that's what's proposed here. So we would update that master plan to recognize and acknowledge the CFU Viking Energy Center that's proposed for this lot that's shown in hot pink here. In the master plan does a couple things. It does talk a lot about about how the city is planning its industrial park, planning its buffers and its stormwater management, creating trails, and when it was designed in a manner trying to be sensitive to the surrounding uses. So all those same standards would still apply then to this particular lot. That would just be a change then to the master plan to indicate to the public that it is intended for public use. So we also have CFU here tonight, and they would like to make a presentation because I know the commission had a lot of questions and the public had a lot of questions for CFU at the last meeting. So they've prepared a PowerPoint presentation, and Susan Abernathy is here to give some insight on why they're requesting public zoning.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Susan Abernathy. I'm General Manager for Cedar Falls Utilities, and I've been in this role since June of 2024. We've heard customer feedback these past few weeks, and we're here to provide clarifying information about the Viking Energy Center project. We really appreciate the opportunity to provide additional information on this project. We want the public to know that we've been planning for this, staff and the CFU Board of Trustees, over the course of several years. Lots of work has gone into this effort. At the last meeting, there was also a lot of questions about the rezoning request for the Viking Energy Center, as well as proposed text amendments to the zoning ordinance to possibly allow cryptocurrency mining. Obviously, for this agenda item, I'm going to focus on the Viking Energy Center project and the rezoning of that 38 acres to public. That is, as Karen pointed out, is reserved for public entity and governmental operations, and no private use, including crypto mining, would be allowed on those 38 acres. I also will get up and talk about CFU's perspective on crypto mining operations and potential amendments that may be considered for that zoning ordinance, because I think the public wants to hear, and I think you all deserve to hear at least the utilities perspective on what that means for our community. So we're happy to engage in that conversation as well, but we want to be sure to maintain focus at least on this agenda item for the Viking Energy Center. We appreciate the city working with us to identify a suitable location for this important project. Building new power generation is a long process, and rezoning this property to prepare for that is just one step. We want to cover today the zoning request for the parcel, the use of the land, and the importance of new power generation facility, the Viking Energy Center. And then I also want to share with you what similar projects look like in the Midwest, including not only what they look like, but what they sound like, so you can understand how this energy center would fit within the industrial park. There's a lot of available additional information that we've made available for our customers. We've been sharing information about the Viking Energy Center over the past few years in our newsletters, on social media, in our annual reports, in our annual rate letters that we send to customers, and you can be sure that we will be providing additional information into the future. Once the final site plan is completed, we will provide that to the public and to the city as an extra step in this process to ensure that you have visibility and know exactly what this is going to look like, similar to my understanding of how the new Cedar Falls High School project was planned and presented to you in that context. The Viking Energy Center reflects years of planning to meet our community's future energy needs, independent of any particular customers. We want to make it clear again that our energy center is separate from any discussion related to potential future cryptocurrency mining operations and/or whether that navigates into data centers. In other words, if there's no data centers allowed, no crypto mining operations allowed, we still desperately need to engage in the process to obtain the Viking Energy Center, and I'll go through some of those reasons for that. We can acknowledge that at one point, additional cryptocurrency mining operations were being discussed at that site in the northern portion of the land that is not immediately needed. That was to be a lease arrangement, and ultimately everyone at the city and CFU decided that that was not workable. There's a lot of discussions that went on behind that in the interest of time, I'm going to keep moving here, but if there's questions on that, we can talk about that at another point. CFU does need to reserve all 38 acres for current and future use. For now, the site will give us plenty of room to build the Viking Energy Center and related structures. We also know that our community is going to evolve into the future over the next decade, and we want to leave plenty of room for future growth, including future fuel storage, batteries, and anything else that there could be for technological advancements in our industry. We also want to assure the community that we considered other locations around town. This location is strategically the best place for Viking Energy Center, as it's close to already existing high voltage substations, the Viking Energy, or the Viking substation. And the reality is that this location is likely the center of our community in the decades to come, whether that's 20, 30, 40, 50 years from now. We know that the city is growing in that direction. So locating the Viking Energy Center in the industrial park makes sense, and it would be consistent with the city's master plan. Zoning public, as you've already heard, is reserved exclusively for structures and uses dedicated to governmental uses, whether that's federal, state, county, or city governments, or the Cedar Falls Community School District. In other words, this public zoning would not allow any cryptocurrency mining or any other private uses on that land. Here is a rendering of what the Viking Energy Center could look like. This is not a final architectural design. I just want to emphasize that it's a concept of what this would look like. I think people need to understand, or we hope that they understand, that this doesn't look anything like Streeter Station on Utility Parkway on our main campus. I would also emphasize that the building will be precast concrete as opposed to a metal pole building, and you'll see some other pictures on what these power plants will look like. We heard some questions at the last P&Z meeting about the project. I wanted to tell you more about the project and the benefits for our community, because this is really an exciting project that will propel our community for future generations to come. Planning for this new generation started a long time ago. Adding efficient, modern generation is a key to Cedar Falls Utilities strategic plan. It's not a reaction to any single customer or industry trend. It's part of our all-of-the-above energy strategy. It's been discussed at dozens of public CFU board meetings. It's been discussed with City Council for the last 2 years during our joint meetings that the City Council and the Board of Trustees engage in. In May of 2024, we met with a number of environmentally concerned citizens, and staff met with them to let them know what our plans were, and they provided their input. Beyond these meetings, like I said, we've been sharing this information widely with customers. The Courier has covered it since 2023, and like I said, we've had it in social media, at our community events, in our rate letters and CFU newsletters. Our regional transmission operator, Mid-Continent Independent System Operator, sometimes you'll hear us utility nerds refer to as MISO. That's the grid operator, as well as utility industry experts and utilities across the country are struggling with the same thing CFU is, and that is the fact that we have very aging generation resources, and the renewable energy industry is not capable of providing 100% renewable energy when we need it, and I'll get a little bit further into that in my presentation. So local generation is critical. At Cedar Falls Utilities, we take a long-term approach to serving our community, from maintaining local generation to purchasing renewable energy off the grid when it's available. Our focus has remained the same: reliable, affordable power for the people who live and work here. The new Viking Energy Center is not a reaction to any single customer or industry trend, and planning for new local generation has been underway for years. So you may be asking, why local generation? The Board of Trustees has decided that we must be committed to that because it helps keep your energy prices lower and it provides you with reliable electricity. Local generation plays a key role during extreme weather or disruptions to the regional grid. By having the utility, the ability to produce power right here in Cedar Falls, we can maintain service even when the broader electric grid is under stress. Our local power plants today run infrequently and only when the market prices are very high, and that helps keep your energy bills low in our community. As an example, we have 2 units at Streeter Station, which is the power plant at Utility Parkway. Together, they ran a combined average of approximately 1,200 hours, or around 50 days per year over the last 5 years, or less than 15% of the time. To put it another way, it's about 4 days per month on average. 95% of that was run on natural gas. Coal is the backup fuel as a hedge against high gas prices. So you may naturally ask, well then why do we need local generation if it's only running a small portion of the time, which is a very good question. And that requires a little bit of a deep dive into the energy market and how CFU operates to provide reliable, affordable power. Our generation that provides the value to the community because we we are required by the government to have enough capacity to serve all our customers. If a utility does not own enough generation to provide for that load and to be available when it's necessary, then we have to buy that capacity on an expensive, volatile market. In other words, if our load, if on any given day we need 100 megawatts to serve our community, we must be able to prove that CFU could power up 100 megawatts of its own generation to provide that energy to our customers, plus a required reserve margin. How that works is every single day, CFU staff will tell MISO what we need for power. We buy and sell power in the day-ahead market, and when the wind is blowing or the sun is shining and there's plentiful power, absolutely, of course, we do not run Streeter Station. We buy the cheap, heavily available wind energy. We love it when the wind blows. It's cheap, it's plentiful, and we buy it whenever possible. However, everybody in this room knows that wind does not always blow and the sun is not always shining, and that's where your local generation plays a role. If the price of power from other fuel-based generation is out of the market is more expensive, then we fire up our local generation to, again, save the CFU customers money. It helps us to provide that reliable, affordable energy. And to be clear, when the wind is not blowing and when the solar is not available, it is not just CFU that's firing up fuel-based generation. That is across the nation, because our country has not evolved enough to be able to be 100% renewable energy. Whether we buy off the grid or fire up our own generation, we must be able to prove our ability to serve our own customers with our own generation. Otherwise, we have to buy that capacity, like I said. So as an example, if our local Streeter Station was not available, if it just disappeared, we would have to pay $4 million per year to buy that capacity that we are required to have, and that $4 million would be added to your utility bills. I understand this is a lot of complicated information to try to process, but I'm conveying to you that this is why this is very complex. It requires a lot of years of planning. Your CFU staff and the board, with public input, has done some really great planning to figure out how we can continue our local generation portfolio. Our generation fleet is aging. In fact, 88% of our fleet is more than 50 years old, and we know it's time to consider what's next. Because of prudent planning, we are in a strong financial position to plan for and build better, newer, more efficient generation. This enables us to ensure that we can provide reliable and affordable service. Our goal is to start with 2 engines for a total of 37 megawatts, and we will have the capacity to add up to 6 more engines in the future at the Viking Energy Center. Now, what do I mean by engines? These are highly efficient, reciprocating engines that are natural gas fired. It is a technology that is being leveraged by utilities across the country, not only because they are efficient, but also because they are flexible and designed to readily complement the renewable energy portfolio. In other words, these engines are designed to turn off and on very, very quickly and respond to an abrupt absence of a renewable energy source. They're designed to be retrofitted in the future, so when hydrogen or some other renewable fuel becomes available, we will be able to retrofit these engines to leverage that renewable fuel. We know that there have been questions about water usage at this site, and we can assure you that no extra water is needed for processing at this plant. There's no withdrawal or discharge permits that are required. So having the Viking Energy Center will allow us to prudently and methodically retire older, less efficient generation assets when that time comes. As existing facilities age, replacing them with modern, efficient energy is essential. As those older plants near the end of their useful life, transitioning to newer, more efficient technology helps reduce overall emissions while maintaining system stability. As mentioned, 88% of our generation fleet is more than 50, and it takes years to plan for and implement a replacement strategy, and we've been working on that. As mentioned previously, Streeter Station, those 2 units units are 53 and 63 years old. Planning for our future generation is extremely complex and lengthy. It's not something that we can wait for Streeter Station to have a catastrophic failure that would require millions and millions of dollars to get it back up and running. We need to plan, analyze, obtain permits, purchasing equipment, dealing with supply chain problems. That kind of stuff takes years to do so that we can have that replacement energy in place prior to needing to retire Streeter or any of our other generation. We do not have a specific date for decommissioning Streeter Station. I know that question has been asked as well. Once we have the replacement generation in place, again, which takes years, we'll be able to make those decisions quickly and methodically and organized. Right now, we simply do not have that choice. If there is a failure in one of those 50-plus-year-old units, we are forced to spend a lot of money to repair them. Today, Cedar Falls residents benefit from the generating assets CFU owns. We maintain our local Streeter Station, as I've mentioned. We have 2 natural gas turbines out on West 27th Street, and we have the community solar array. In addition, CFU does jointly own some western units on the western side of the state with other municipalities and investor-owned utilities. These assets, like I said, help us reduce how much energy we need to purchase during the times of high market prices. Viking Energy Center will help us stabilize those costs and protect customers from price volatility, and it helps keep your electric bills as low as possible. Traditional generation from fuel-dependent plants remains a key component in today's energy market and provides reliable, affordable energy when the renewables are inevitably not available. It's interesting to point out that projects like the Viking Energy Center support that renewable energy. Renewable energy depends on weather conditions, and the wind isn't blowing and the sun isn't shining. We still need reliable power. The Viking Energy Center is designed to ramp up very quickly when that renewable generation dips, ensuring we can continue to maximize renewable use while maintaining reliable service. As a point of reference, our older generation, such as Streeter Station, takes a full 12 hours to be ready. We have to fire it up, and 12 hours before it's ready to produce electricity. That's why these engines at Viking Energy Center are so key to being able to modulate with renewable energy on a quick basis. Like I said, this has been a very long process, and we, of course, considered a lot of options. We get asked, why not move to renewables? There's reliability and cost concerns while moving to an all-renewable strategy. Instead, CFU is taking an all-of-the-above type approach. This Viking Energy Center is our contribution to support those renewables. Like I said, when they are available, they are cheap, and it's great for our customers. The Viking Energy Center reciprocating engines also have the ability to what we call in the industry black start, which means they don't require any kind of other generation to jumpstart them when the grid goes black. And dare I say, the grid will go black. And our citizens and our customers in Cedar Falls will have power because we will have the ability to black start our generating units and maintain the lights. The lights will be maintained on when all of our neighboring communities are suffering in the dark. We've evaluated renewable energy, and it simply isn't feasible at this time to immediately move to that 100% renewable generation portfolio, either from an engineering perspective or a financial perspective. Let me give you one small example. We have been approached and we've evaluated wind projects where CFU could be a joint owner with other utilities. This is often how these projects occur because municipal utilities don't get to take advantage of the tax advantages of building renewable power like investor-owned utilities do. Just to meet our capacity requirements with this wind project, it would take hundreds of millions of dollars and would drastically raise our rates for our customers. Affordability and reliability are the primary concerns of our customers. Let me say that again, affordability and reliability. And how do we know this? It's because we survey our customers every other year. A 100% renewable energy portfolio is not in the cards right now or anytime in the near future to maintain those goals of affordability and reliability, the two most important things to our customers. Meanwhile, we have really old, inefficient generation assets that need attention now. I want to show you a couple pictures of some examples. This is the Owatonna Energy Station in Owatonna, Minnesota, in their industrial park. And it's an example of what our project might look like, and there are other similar projects like this in the Midwest. It would blend in with the other buildings in the industrial park. Our Viking Energy Center would be compliant with the deed of dedication, and the city's comprehensive plan puts utility functions in the industrial parks, and this is what makes sense for this location. This generating station is owned by SIPCO. It's the Summit Lake Generating Station in Creston, Iowa, which is southwest of Des Moines. Here is a site plan. I apologize, this wasn't in your packet last week. Our engineer, DGR, put this together for us. It is, I want to emphasize, it's a conceptual drawing. It's not the final drawing, but I will tell you that we are committed to putting the Viking Energy Center on the southern, to the far left of the red rectangular, if you will. That's where Viking Energy Center would be located. You can see so to the right is north, actually. So if you go to the west of our parcel of ground, you can see where the Viking substation is. If you go to the northwest or the far right-hand top corner, that's where the Nebby property is. And we are committed to that, the rest of that land that is bare there, putting trees, landscaping, any kind of buffer that would help provide us being a good neighbor. As a locally owned utility, we make choices that put our community first. The Viking Energy Center continues that tradition. I want to reiterate that it's been a long process. We've done a ton of planning. We have informed the public. We have had many public meetings on this, and there will be lots of information into the future for the community and additional future meetings. The land and zoning it public is an early step in this process, and it needs to be zoned public for those utility purposes. We appreciate customer engagement and questions and interest in the project. CFU is an industry-leading provider of reliable power, and our goal is to maintain reliable, affordable services for our community, and the Viking Energy Center simply fulfills that mission. One final thing, I know there were questions about noise, and so I'm going to have Tom Reese come up to the podium. He's our Viking Energy Center project manager, and I believe we're going to pull up some video of a similar type operation, and he can explain to you what this sounds like. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. As Susan just said, my name's Tom Reese. I'm the Viking Energy Center project manager for Cedar Falls Utilities. At our last meeting, and what we've heard since then, is there is a lot of concern about noise. You know, what is the public going to expect from this? So last night I traveled up to Rochester Public Utilities to observe their West Side Energy Station in service. It's just west of Rochester, north of Highway 14. This is they were scheduled to be online last night from 6 o'clock to 9 o'clock. So I traveled up there with a decibel meter. And this is a 45 megawatt facility, and they have 5 of these engines very similar to what we're proposing to install. This energy center has been in operation since early 2018. The nearest residence to this power plant is just under a quarter mile away. And so in this video, I took a lot of measurements all around last night, but I wanted to share this particular one. But it's interesting to note that this is closer than any residential customer is to our proposed location. So let's take a look at the video now, if they could run through it 2 times. It's a short 10-second video. It's difficult to hear in this setting here, but you can see that There's birds chirping and stuff. It's really like a kind of a normal evening in your neighborhood. The readings on the decibel meter were in the mid to upper 40s on dBA we reference. For reference, a suburban area at night is around 40 dB. A refrigerator, depending on the age of the thing, it can vary from 40 to 50 dB. A normal conversation like we're having here is in the 60 to 70 dB range. And vacuum cleaners, old Kirby one that my mom had, that's 70 to 80 dB. Okay, so just for reference, kind of what kind of scale we're looking at. So less than a quarter mile away, you couldn't hear the power plant in operation. So CFU has hired a noise consultant already as part of this project, and what does a noise consultant do? So they take existing noise readings, we call them ambient readings, to kind of get, what kind of noise is already there. And we did this in December of 2024. We chose the winter time because there's not foliage on the trees, so it's kind of a worst case scenario. Then the consultant will work with the engine manufacturer to get key data from them, and then they do a study and they come out with estimated noise levels and frequency levels. And then our design team can use that information as we design the building envelope that these generating station will be in, so that we can comply with all noise ordinances and hopefully exceed them. Again, as Susan said, we want to be good neighbors. So, and then afterwards, then there's post-construction follow-up testing to ensure that we are complying. So anyway, I'm hopeful that, this information is helpful and that it demonstrates that this facility fits well in our industrial park area. So, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any immediate questions from commission for either staff or CFU?
I have one. What is the noise rating at the Streeter station as a comparison? Google Earth says you have households living 500 to 600 feet from that facility.
Sure. So we have to comply with the noise ordinance. We have to be less than 65 dB at our property line. And I know we comply with that. Outside the building, when we drive to work in the morning, you can't tell if we're running or not running. So there's a lot of other truck traffic in that. I don't know if I can answer directly what the exact dB is, but you don't hear anything running once it's online.
I had one comment. I'm wondering if it would be helpful before we have public comment, if we just explain the difference between the public zoning versus M1. I know that was in our packet, but I suspect we'll have some questions about the differences. Could we cover that maybe?
So I think the commission had asked the difference between the M1 and the M2 zone. We're no longer proposing M2 zoning, but there was information in the packet about the difference between those two zones. And
for some reason I was thinking we had public in there too, but maybe that was in my other research.
It wasn't proposed last time to do public zoning. So, but the public zoning itself is just reserved for public uses. That's the distinction there, and that is the reason, based on all the public input at the last meeting and the concerns expressed about the M2 zoning, the city and CFU discussed this together and decided that CFU is not interested in having private uses on that property. That they're interested in purchasing the entire property for their power plant. And so public zoning, that's why we're withdrawing the M2 zoning and proposing public zoning instead.
I have one question. Is the long-term goal for the Viking Energy Center to be the main campus? I know Susan spoke that it wasn't, you couldn't tell us when it made sense for the other one, but is that the 50 years out, 25 years out?
Yes, I think, so we have a control room in our existing Streeter station where we monitor our distribution system and transmission system and all of our generation. And MISO and Mid-American Energy Company, our load balancing authority, that's where they get a hold of us. Eventually, all those operations would be moved to the Viking Energy Center, and we anticipate that being one of 2 campuses like we have now, so we kind of don't have all our eggs in one basket in case there's a natural disaster or something. But to answer your question, yeah, that we're sizing this such that it's scalable so we can add on to it as we need to, as we, methodically plan and retire our older generating assets and replace them at this facility. So yes.
Thank you.
All right. At this time, is there anyone from the public who would like to speak to this specific item? Come on up. Name and address, please.
All right. My name is Nathan Nebby. I live at 2027 South Union Road. So when I think it's Abernathy, referred to the Nebby property, that would be me, my mother Linda, my father Dennis, and this is my brother Carver. Okay. Couple things. First of all, I am grateful that people listen about the cryptocurrency. I will be dead honest with you. I would rather get shot than have to live next to them. And guess what? I have been, so I know exactly how that feels. That was, let's put it this way, that was kind of disgusting. As far as the current plan, like I said, first of all, I do want to express my gratitude. I really do appreciate that at least there's been some effort. Now, with respect to this, I'm obviously not an engineer. I'm an ecologist. I have an MBA, and now I am a teacher. I'm a science teacher. I do spend quite a lot of time looking at energy issues, both obviously biological as well as, of course, energy as to how we utilize it. And as I sat here listening to Ms. Abernathy, it occurred to me that maybe I was 40 years old, and I was sitting there listening in about 2013 to something that at that time would have been pretty accurate. Now, it is actually not all that accurate, and I'll tell you why. The landscape has changed a lot, and right now we're seeing a couple of exponentials that are occurring, which mean that when that Viking Energy Center opens, and by the way, I'm not actually opposed to a Viking Energy Center. I want you to understand that. I said last time that I'm not a NIMBY, and I'm not. We've tried to work with the city. The city hasn't been particularly nice to us, but we have made an effort, and I do want that to actually be recognized. A Viking Energy Center, I understand completely why the city, or Cedar Falls Utilities and the city of Cedar Falls needs to improve its infrastructure. However, I do want to point a couple things out. First of all, 2022, in energy terms, actually was a long time ago. What we are seeing is the precipitous decline in the price of electricity produced by renewables, and specifically solar and wind. Back in 2018-2019, the levelized cost of solar energy and wind energy actually became cheaper than natural gas. Now, levelized cost of energy is essentially a way of calculating or being able to compare energy and how much it costs that is unsubsidized. Okay, we obviously introduce a lot of distortions into the market, but when it comes to unsubsidized energy, solar and wind are cheaper and have been cheaper now for a while. Now, Ms. Abernathy mentioned something that has traditionally been very much a problem and is very quickly actually beginning to resolve itself, and that is intermittency. The idea that the sun doesn't always shine and the wind does not always blow. Now, the way that is being resolved is through essentially energy storage. And this is something that is spread all around the world. And we are seeing essentially the development and commercialization of technologies. The most commonly known one and the most well-developed in terms of its maturity is, of course, lithium-ion. Lithium-ion batteries have been utilized in a lot of different places, in a lot of different countries, as well as states here in the United States, including different states actually in the MISO area. And just to give you an idea, so solar photovoltaic costs have declined since 2010 by 90%. Battery cost decline in that time has been 93%. And it is moving very quickly, and there are other chemistries that are coming online that allow for different lengths of time in terms of storage. So lithium-ion is good for essentially about 4 hours. But there's an advantage to lithium-ion, to battery storage, and that is when there is a problem, it kicks on instantaneously, and so there is no blackout. This is something that natural gas cannot do. Not at all. It takes it a while for it to actually, and they pointed this out, to actually be able to kind of, quote, spin up. So battery storage along with renewable energy, the prices have been falling very quickly. And so when I say that by the time this power plant opens, it will be essentially becoming a fossil. You heard the mention of how long the timeline that you have. I mean, you're looking at out 30 years, probably more. With as quickly as these costs and this technology has been developing, within just the next 4 to 5 years, you're going to see profound changes, like you have seen profound changes. I mean, in 2013, when I started teaching, I was 40 years old, I could not have stood up here and said anything like this. It would have not been, let's put it this way, it would have not have been honest. But now I stand up here as a fiduciary, that is, I am a citizen of Cedar Falls, and I feel responsible for it. Being a teacher, I also feel responsible thinking about the future and the future of this community. Within the next 15 years, the natural gas power plant will be an anchor around our neck, just as the coal interests that Cedar Falls Utility owns are now. I want to point out that of the generation capacity that Cedar Falls Utilities has, 98% of it is coal. Coal is essentially a feedstock that is in perpetual decline. It is expensive, and the truth of the matter is, it is a white elephant. So what I would propose, in fact, one other thing, actually, going back to the natural gas. Natural gas, of course, coming online latter part of the 20-noughts into the 20-teens was really important, and it is actually what really has killed coal. But the thing about that technology is it is actually pretty mature. It's not going to get better. And natural gas, that is a very hard resource to actually predict in terms of, for instance, 20 years from now, how much is it going to cost? Guess what? I can guess with certitude 100% what the cost of wind and what the cost of solar are going to be. Zero. It doesn't cost anything. Now, the intermittency is, of course, a real problem, but that's where this energy storage actually comes in. Now, I'm sure that they're probably somewhat in disagreement with me. They've been working on it really hard. I completely understand where they might be coming from. And like I said, from a traditional power electricity perspective, what they're doing makes sense. But this is not that time. This is a very different time. Lots of things are happening, technologically speaking, that are absolutely absolutely revolutionizing our world. Here in the United States, we are a bit behind. We actually are. Solar is, for instance, even though it is the cheapest source of energy, is actually more expensive here than in most other countries. And there are reasons for that. There are economic distortions. I'm not going to go into that. That will change. Things come, things go. But you are not going to have to be able to predict and rely on natural gas. And I do want to remind you that natural gas is a fossil fuel. It does produce greenhouse gases. Now, I know some people don't or hear that and they immediately have a prejudice. I get it. But if you think about natural gas for a second, you have to frack it. So you first have to find it, then you have to produce it. You have to pump water, chemicals, high pressure underground to break up that shale to let the gas out. It's actually methane, but I'll call it gas, natural gas. Now, you then have to collect it. While there is natural gas lost at the wellhead, there's natural gas that is lost during transportation. That is methane. That is an incredibly powerful greenhouse gas. Once you get it to where you're going, then you burn it, releasing carbon dioxide. Now, they mentioned hydrogen. Hydrogen is not a renewable fuel. You might be surprised by that. There's blue hydrogen, there's green hydrogen. Blue hydrogen is made with natural gas. Honestly, you should burn natural gas before you should burn blue hydrogen. That's the only type of hydrogen they can be talking about because it's essentially almost the only type of hydrogen that is actually produced in this country. Green hydrogen, the only places you're typically going to find that made are, for instance, right next to hydroelectric dams, like, for instance, the Grand Coulee Dam out in the Pacific Northwest. So, and it's really hard to transport hydrogen. It really is. So as the technology develops, and develops very quickly, the renewables are, in fact, going to be just known as energy, period. Energy storage and renewables. That's how you get over the intermittency. Now, I mentioned lithium. You know, some of the other technologies that are coming on board that actually make a lot more sense here. One of them is sodium ion. Sodium ion batteries, there are already beginning to be installations. In fact, there's one that's just coming online in Wisconsin, a MISO state. They could actually, and I would suggest that they do a little digging, that I'm sure whoever, it would be very happy to talk with them. There are in other cold weather states like Colorado. The thing about lithium ion is it does not have the problems that sodium ion does not have the problems that lithium ion has. It's cheaper. China does not control the production of it like it does so many other things, including parts for the power station that they are going to be purchasing. So sodium ion does fine between negative 40 degrees Celsius, if I recall correctly, and 45 degrees Celsius. And there's very little power loss at all. Comes online very quickly whenever there's a blackout. There are also other technologies, for instance, and I'm not going to go into all of them, things like vanadium flow batteries, there are iron air batteries, et cetera, et cetera. You know, the truth of the matter is there is a lot of opportunities that exist if, in fact, we are willing to explore these things. And as that landowner that they mentioned, and you can see on the map, on these topics, certainly would be really, you know, almost enthusiastic to work with them. I want to mention a couple other things, and these are community things, because Cedar Falls Utilities is a community utility. It's not Mid-American, it's not Alliant, it's not one of those. And so some of the other things that really could be done that are kind of cool. I mean, Cedar Falls Utilities, and this goes way back. I mean, obviously I'm 54 now, so we arrived up here in basically right after the farm crisis. always talked a lot about renewables. They talked about conservation. They talked about those things. But we're to the point where we can actually do these things. So just some things I want to throw out. And some of these actually are money makers for Cedar Falls Utilities if, in fact, they were to wish to at least go down this road, somewhat anyway. That is things like, for instance, there are no EV fast chargers in Cedar Falls. None. There's one in Waterloo. There's actually getting to be a fairly decent, healthy number of EVs. I drive one. I know my brother drives one. I know actually quite a number of people that drive them, and guess what? They will replace the ICEs over time. We have countries, well, for instance, the world's largest car market, China, 60% of all new automobiles sold last year were EVs. Just a couple more things, I'll sit down. Okay. I know, I see your face.
Bit, yeah.
Hey,
we had a lot of people here who'd like to speak tonight. So.
Yeah, I know, but you know what? We're the most affected, okay? So I am going to finish. Community and balcony solar, for instance. Semi-EV charging depots. I don't know if you know what's going to come with respect to diesel. Those diesel trucks are going to become electric. I'll bet my life literally on that. Virtual power plants, energy efficiency programs, citizen co-investment projects. There are lots and lots of things that could be done. And they need to be explored. By the way, who actually knows what a megawatt of energy is? Has anybody ever explained that? I know they use those words quite a lot. Well, a megawatt, probably heard of megawatt per hour, and essentially what we're talking about is around 500 to 700 homes being able to serve over an hour period. Now, I could be slightly off on that, but that's a megawatt. So when we talk about megawatts, you have an idea, because it actually does translate into homes, into what we do on a daily basis, and that's important. Now, I truly do appreciate Cedar Falls Utilities on one hand, and I truly don't like them on another. I'm really split on it. And some of it has to do with neither of these two individuals here tonight. I had never met them. But, going back to the substation event, and I was not a citizen of Cedar Falls at the time, that was not a good experience. Got bullied. They were arrogant. And I appreciate, actually, some of the changes I've seen, at least in terms of how they've dealt with me. So that I also have gratitude for. But I'd love to see Cedar Falls actually become a great community, not just a good community. All right, thank you.
Thank you. And we certainly do appreciate your input, and we appreciate any public comment at all that we do receive tonight. So I apologize, I should have mentioned before we open up the public speaking, but ideally with this many people who might want to have a word in, if we could keep maybe 5 minutes as our target goal going forward, that would be super, just to make sure everyone does get an opportunity to be heard. So come up, name and address, please.
I'll be as brief as I can be. My name is Kamyar Enshayan. I live at 1703 Washington Street. I'm a big fan of local self-government, which is what we're doing here. I'm very grateful for this process, and I'm very grateful for our locally owned utility. It's wonderful. They've gone through a lot of planning. It's like they know what they're doing. They know how to run a power plant. A lot of my concern has nothing to do with running power plant or engaging the grid. It seems to me that Cedar Falls Utilities had an idea of how to deal with aging plants and how to meet the needs of our community, and they ran with it, but that's not a community planning process. A community planning process is you involve the community. We did that. That's what cities do, planning and zoning. You listen, you gather lots of ideas. And then you come up with saying, okay, we heard all of you, and so if it is time to replace our aging plants, there's lots of options. You just heard some of them. I just feel like a planning that doesn't involve a community, our community, is not a plan. It's not a plan. So we're zoning without planning. So that's what I wanted to, one thing I was, I did attend a May 24th meeting at Cedar Falls Utilities. I was invited. I didn't know what it was going to be about. That was the first time I heard about it, and really the last time until all the publicity that we heard is all one-way publicity, saying, oh, we're going to build a gas plant. It's going to be great. But, well, wait a minute. What about other ideas? I'm very much involved, in touch with utility-scale wind and solar, people who work with utilities. And every one of them have told me over the last few months that solar and wind is cheaper and more practical and more reliable. So we have two different views, okay? So the other thing I wanted to draw your attention, I combed through the comprehensive plan of our city, the latest comprehensive plan. In two places, the word energy shows up. In one place, it says the city should seek clean, renewable energy. Wow, that's in the comprehensive plan. And then in another location, it should pursue renewable energy sources. It's already, the council approved it, but it just doesn't seem to guide our Cedar Falls utilities that way. Now, here's the probably the most important point I want to mention. This decision locks our city for the next 30 years into investing in a very problematic fuel. I don't know when it was when Vice President Cheney basically bypassed, what do you call the word? Exempted fracking operations for oil and gas from Clean Air Act, Clean Water Act, and Endangered Species Act. So imagine if a company came to Cedar Falls and said, we're immune from Clean Water Act, Clean Air Act, we're going to do some operations here. We would say, no, we have, but that's what the gas fracking companies are doing in Colorado, in Pennsylvania, all over. So we, as a city, are we're investing in a very problematic process that is damaging the health of other communities, ruining their groundwater. It's incredible. All the evidence is there. I'm not making this up. This is very factual. So what I think we could have done, and I'm about to end, there are all kinds of unanswered questions that really the one P&Z meeting is not the place for it. We need a public planning process like we did for College Hill, for University Avenue, for many other things. We gather input, we think about it, we listen to CFU because they have wonderful expertise, they know the grid, but we also know other things. We know our health. That gas plant is going to emit volatile organic compounds. How many pounds of it will we breathe for the next 30 years? These are the questions we need to address, and it's not going to be addressed in a single meeting on May 13th. So I really think we need to ask our city and our CFU and to start a planning process where we as a community think about future of energy in our community. How much are we demanding? Can we reduce the demand? How can we incentivize conservation far more than we have been? And what would the timeline, I agree with what Susan said, these are long, complicated processes. We just got to start putting a timeline and say, what are we willing to invest in, like we did for our high school? What are we not going to do? Those are what comes out of if that process resulted in a small gas plant as a backup, so be it. But we haven't explored any of the other possibilities. We just said, we want a gas plant, it's going to go on Viking Center. That's the problem. I think we need a planning process that involves the whole community. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nalin Gunasekara, and I live in 1518 Athens Court in Cedar Falls. Yeah. So first of all, thank you very much for taking the trouble to, analyze the plans for the crypto mining process before and having this opportunity here. And as I understand now, it's a no-go. Is that right? The crypto mining operation is not going to happen. Is that right?
Do you speak to that?
So this particular item is about rezoning this particular property to public for the public utility.
Right.
There is an agenda item later on the agenda about whether or not Cedar Falls should allow cryptocurrency mining at all. And if so, what should be the rules about that? So that's later on the agenda if you have concerns about that.
Okay, great. Yeah. So so originally the crypto mining facility that was planned was for a 50 megawatt power. They required 50 megawatts of power, and as one person mentioned before, so 1 megawatt is 500 houses, so 50 megawatts is 25,000 houses, right? So that's a huge amount of power, and to power that amount, to generate that kind of power, you definitely needed another power plant, right? So that was I guess that was really the justification for having this Viking Center power plant, because of the need for this huge amount of energy. But now, if that is not going to happen, then at the very least, this commission should think about what the requirements for power are for our community going forward, and that certainly should not be on the same scale that it was proposed before. So that is item number one. And item number two is, as some speakers have mentioned before, when you think of natural gas, it is not, methane itself is not necessarily harmful, but in Iowa, I don't know whether you are aware, but we have the second highest incidence of cancer in all of the states. We are just behind Kentucky. And the situation is not going to improve because we have the fastest rising rates of cancer in all of the states. So in that backdrop, we have to be careful about further exacerbating the problem. And the thing with natural gas is that natural gas methane itself is not necessarily carcinogenic, but when you burn it, then you produce these other chemicals like benzene and polyhydroaromatics and things, which are actually carcinogens. So the question is, then you have to weigh the pros and the cons of starting another gas-powered power plant, and that is, as some speakers mentioned, so that has to be rethought in light of the fact that there are other options, as mentioned, for storing, say, wind and solar energy, which I think right now is like 63% of our energy requirements are met by wind and solar. And so going forward, I think that should be this whole enterprise of this Viking Energy Center should be rethought in the context of what our needs are going to be now that the crypto mining facility, as I understand, is off the table. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, hello. My name is Amanda Stalker. I live at 5324 Red Oak Lane in Cedar Falls, and that is in the Arbors neighborhood. I have been a resident of Cedar Falls and have owned my home in the Arbors neighborhood since 2018, and I am standing here and left my 2 children at home with a babysitter because I have a lot of concern about the health and well-being of my neighbors and my community. In order to obtain my bachelor's degree in nursing with a minor in health promotion from the University of Iowa, I was required to take courses in environmental sciences, community health, and health policy. Through my education and my experience, I gained a broad understanding of both the importance and the relationship between the environment and the people that live in it and how that directly correlates to their health. We've all heard the term health disparities. These are preventable, unjust differences in health outcomes, morbidity, and mortality, heavily influenced by social, economic, and environmental disadvantages. For example, it is common knowledge amongst healthcare professionals that people in communities living near highways, factories, or power plants suffer health consequences from exposure to toxic air and contaminated water. Rezoning these lots that are less than a mile from neighborhoods, and especially an elementary school, will create just that, a health disparity. These lots are approximately 3/4 of a mile from my home and 1 mile from Aldrich Elementary School, where I've actually just enrolled my daughter in kindergarten. When I moved to Cedar Falls in 2018 from Iowa City, I wanted to live in a neighborhood full of growing young families. My husband and I purchased a lot and built a home in the Arbors with hopes that one day we would start our family, walk our children to and from school, enjoy our yard and garden, and socialize with our neighbor friends. When we selected the Arbors, we knew that it was located next to the Target Distribution Center and the West Viking Road Industrial Park, but all public records reported that nothing more than light industrial was planned there. Now, 38 acres of land are proposed to be rezoned to public for a natural gas power plant. And this is unacceptable to my neighbors and I. Sure, every town needs space for industrial parks. I recognize that need for business space, I honestly do. But I also recognize that not all locations of industrial parks and the businesses that they contain are created equal. I first heard about the Viking Energy Center at the My CFU Farmers Market last fall. I was promised that this energy center would be different. It was going to be focusing on sustainable and renewable energy sources rather than fossil fuels. And even the comprehensive plan for the city promises the promotion of clean and renewable energy use. And better yet, CFU largely promotes that a new energy center will enable CFU to deliver what the next generation of energy is: sustainable, reliable, affordable. What a lie. Living near a natural gas plant or its associated infrastructure is associated with both short and long-term health risks. I mean, primarily due to air pollutants from the combustion and the fuel transport. Noise pollution is another factor. Natural gas power plants are loud. They often produce the constant low-frequency rumble that we all heard in the video clip. And this is often heard by nearby residents. And honestly, it's around 80 decibels, which is the same as the crypto mine that got everyone upset. Imagine just opening your window on a beautiful day, you don't want the air conditioning or the heat on, and you hear the constant hum of a vacuum cleaner. While I appreciate the thought of concessions and regulations offered in the proposal and legislation, they're just simply not enough. Certainly a more suitable location away from a large residential area and an elementary school can be found either through brownfield redevelopment or the North Cedar Falls Industrial Park, where there's a 30-acre lot available to you. And we saw from the map that they don't need all of that 38-acre lot. Rezoning also shifts the original intent of the West Viking Industrial Park. I'm deeply concerned about the precedent that would be set with other lots in that park if we were to allow all of this rezoning to happen. I speak on behalf of my neighbors in saying that we do not want to live less than a mile from a natural gas power plant, a crypto mine, or any heavy industry for that matter. I created the petition against the crypto mine, and I shared that with a large number of city council members in the planning and zoning. I got 1,600 and something signatures. So there's a lot of concern in this community about what the plan is in this industrial park. I implore you guys to really question if opening the door to rezoning these lots of lands is really in the best interest of your residents, of a growing area, and especially of the children that attend Aldrich Elementary School. If you lived in the Arbors or other nearby neighborhoods, would you want a natural gas power plant 3/4 of a mile from your home? Is it really in the best interest of the residents, or is it all convenience? We have decades-long research that proves power plants are bad for the environment, bad for your health. Why put another so close to where our citizens live? Why put it so close to where children are learning and playing? To be forthright, and honestly, for lack of a a better phrase, you'll have to pardon my French, you don't shit where you eat. My neighbors and my children are depending on you to make the right choice, even if that means a little bit more effort. Let's take our time in planning and zoning our land and not take the easy way out because of a substation. Thank you for your time and consideration to this matter. The privilege and freedom I have in speaking here in front of all of you is not lost on me, and it's one of the many things that makes our city, state, and our country so special. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello, my name is Matthew Bancroft Smith. I live at 815 Walnut Street, and I just wanted to hop up. There's already been several speakers who have very extensive knowledge of the chemistry and the engineering behind the power plants and alternatives. I jumped into wanting to do something in opposition to this because of the data center, and there is some small relief in that being taken off the table for now. That is, I have a graduate degree in communications and technology from University of Northern Iowa, and I'm saying that because what I can speak to is some things I caught in the presentation that we watched from CFU. And I just wanted to insert and get out in the air that the reason the data center was an issue, is not just because it's ugly or offensive. It's not because we just don't like people, making money, they want to make money, way they want to make money. It was because of the resource usage. It was because of the power element. And so with that taken off, I felt like that as posed as a concession, the people who are here are still in opposition to the fossil fuels is the issue. I also wanted to add on to what Kamyar was saying about the community involvement, that I know that they said there had been notices in gas bills. They said they had done community surveys. That's a very thin statement. Who was surveyed, how were they surveyed, what stats are there that people actually responded to the communications that were put out, because it's very different to just post something or put something in a bill when most people look at the bill, get mad, and throw it down, or have a public event. How many people were at that public event? I feel like there is maybe a surprise throughout all these proceedings that people would be up in arms about this in the way that they are if people have been talking about it for a while. But clearly, even people who are subject matter experts and would be invested, and that's why they're here, were not a part of that process. And so I would just open that up to say, I'm in opposition to this. Lots of people are. All the signatories are. People I know who couldn't be here are. But regardless of that going forward, I think there is an element of working backwards from the solution you wanted, rather than making sure that people are involved, or the people who are invested in this are having that input, rather than giving blanket calls for input, or expecting, I think it's a thing we would all assume, that a conversation in 2022 would not necessarily translate to a full understanding and constant attention between 2 points to now. So I just wanted to get that out of the way, that with the landscape changing in terms of the data center being off the table, that the vast majority of the arguments people were still having still apply. So that's all I wanted to say. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mitch Dowell. I live at 1609 Grandview Court. I'd like to implore folks to think about how does CFU try to meet energy demand? When it comes to trying to decide how much energy you need to generate, there's a base load you pretty much always need to meet throughout 24 hours a day. and you'll have generators that are firing at all times for this. And then there are a couple times a day where your demand peaks. And this is where you need something like these ice engines would be wonderful for trying to meet peak demand. And that's the way that I've heard it marketed tonight. Is it sounds like it's to try to achieve peak demand. But it seems like the intent is to scale this power plant in the future to meet our base load. And as was mentioned earlier during CFU's presentation, the center of Cedar Falls, decades into the future, will likely be around this Viking area. So is it a wise move, is it prudent of us to have an emissions center where we're generating nitrous oxide and all these other emissions? It's not coal, it's cleaner than coal, but it's still not clean. So my question to CFU is, what is the true purpose of this power plant? Is it indeed peak load? Do we intend to scale to base load in the future? My next question is, why make natural gas the default instead of the backup when there's a clear ambition, at least that's been communicated, to move toward renewables? Why not start there? Battery technology is to the point where, as I understand it, it's pretty much reached price parity with the proposed facility. So I'm just curious why we're not moving toward more renewables. I think that this ice engine idea it's a really good idea to have this in our portfolio, but maybe just not in the future center of town. Perhaps it could be somewhere on the outskirts of town where it's going to affect less people. One thing that was mentioned earlier is that sodium-ion batteries are up and coming, and it looks like there's a project in Wisconsin that's actually starting to adopt that. In addition to that, solid-state batteries are rapidly developing as a technology, and they'll probably be usable at the scale of a small city in just a couple decades. So in my opinion, we should be building out renewable infrastructure in preparation for maturation of these technologies as they are maturing incredibly quickly. I'm also generally curious what role, if any, do subsidies play in the decision to go with an ice engine power plant? There may be none. I'm just not informed on that. And yeah, another question to CFU, I suppose, is why natural gas? Does it provide some sort of strategic advantage over renewables that I just might not be privy to in combination with battery storage? That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Andrea Kettle. I live at 5315 Red Oak Lane, and hopefully I'll make this quick, but I just wanted to start off by saying Happy Earth Day. And I appreciated a conversation that I was able to have at the Octopus Town Hall last week with some of the representatives from CFU, and I also appreciate some of the clarification that they have offered tonight. However, and maybe this is just a silly question, but I am still really unclear as to why the public zoning designation was not an option when I came to the March 25th meeting with the M2 designation in the initial request prior to so much public dissent. And considering that CFU has said they have done years and years of planning, it kind of blows my mind that they didn't just initially ask for the public zoning in the first place, and it just kind of feels fishy and shady and maybe like their original intention had ulterior motives. So, thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other members of the public who would like to speak to this particular item? Come on up.
Hello, my name is Keith Cooper, fairly new resident of Cedar Falls, lived here less than a year and a half with my wife. We live at 2503 Franklin. We moved here because this is not a good community. This is a great community, and it can be even greater with more public involvement in the planning process, with more public involvement in all aspects of this big power plant, and And with more renewable energy, solar, and many people here know a lot more about this than I do, but 96% of the cars sold in Norway are EV. About 50% of the cars sold in China are EV. That's the future. That's the future. And we need to move in that direction. Let's make Cedar Falls even greater. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Thank you all for your time and your work on this issue. It's obviously very important to Cedar Falls. My name is Steve Bernard. I was employed by CFU for 28 years. I served my final 6.5 years as general manager from 2018 through June of 2024. So I was hoping I could provide some historical context also on this issue from my time at CFU, and particularly the last several years. So it was during my tenure as general manager that we began planning specifically for the Viking Energy Center. But I can tell you the discussion about replacing our aging local generation has been a topic at CFU for decades. Easily 10 plus years, this has been an issue. You think about the units we had, and Susan and Tom talked about this. Streeter number 6, one of our 2 current units at Streeter Station, was commissioned in 1963. Unit number 7, the new one, 1973. These are old, aging units that at some point are going to face retirement, clearly. These units are 60, 50 years old, respectively. We also have 2 gas turbines out on 27th Street, vintage of those, 1968, 1970. So these are old, current assets that we have in place at CFU. So they've been very well maintained and converted to run primarily on natural gas, as Susan spoke about. But they're not particularly efficient. They're not nearly as efficient as the new gas engines that are being talked about as part of the new energy center. Much more efficient than our existing generation, and I think that's an important fact. I also realize we're probably talking about a lot of things that aren't necessarily P&Z related, so I apologize for that, but I feel there's been a lot of comments that I think are important for me to provide some perspective to from my experience. The other thing with the new generation that's been talked about ad nauseum here is the ability for it to flex and vary very rapidly in response to the vast amount of renewable energy, thankfully, that we have here in the Midwest. We've got, I think the number now, when I retired, I think it was 55% of the energy generated in Iowa was renewable, primarily wind energy. I think that number this last year was over 60%. That's a tremendous amount of renewable energy. Far exceeds the national average. Probably the leading state still, I suspect, in the country in terms of the amount of generation that's from renewable energy. So I think we need to be proud of that fact that there's so much renewable energy in this state. Our citizens benefit from that because that energy flows into Cedar Falls. So let's not lose fact of that there's been a tremendous amount of work done already on the renewable energy front in Iowa. Again, I want to be clear that the planning for this started years ago, probably before any of us have even heard of crypto mining operations or knew anything about cryptocurrency. So there's absolutely no tie between the crypto discussion and the need for this energy center. There has been a growing risk in the U.S., and especially in the Midwest, for power shortages. We've all heard about this. It's made national news. It's certainly made local news when there's talk about rolling blackouts, and some of those have actually been experienced, thankfully not here in Cedar Falls. And in large part, that's due to the retirement of existing generation, primarily fuel-based generation that's been retired over the last 20 years throughout the country, and particularly in the Midwest. There's no secret about that. And we've talked publicly, we meaning CFU, about this risk for many years. There's shortages and risk have been identified by independent studies from the regional transmission monitors, and again, I want to go into a lot of detail on this, but those entities, along with the utilities, share that responsibility of ensuring that there's a reliable supply of electricity to power our citizens in most critical needs. Again, we're a leader in renewable energy here in Iowa. But the bottom line is when the wind isn't blowing and the sun is not shining, we still have to provide a reliable supply of electricity to our customers, and that's just what this energy center is intended to do. Mr. Nevy rightfully talked about various technologies that are available out there now, battery storage obviously being a key one, whether it's lithium-ion or some other technology. I can assure you that CFU has researched those technologies very deeply. I'll spare you from having Bill Scooble come up here and talk about that, but he may have an opportunity and need to do that at some point. But rest assured that CFU is well aware of those technologies. It was commented there may be some disagreements on the economics of that. I will stand in front of you and disagree that the economics of battery storage technology is not there yet to be anywhere near comparable to standard generation. We all wish it was. There are challenges that come with batteries too, especially in the scale that you would be talking about to supplant a power generation plant. So I think that's important to recognize. Again, there's a lot of planning along those lines. Our customers have done an excellent job over the years in implementing energy efficiency measures. It's helped slow the need for new generation. It hasn't slowed the aging of our existing generation, and there's still been growth. It's easy to see that in this community when you look at where we were at now versus even 10 years ago. And the siting generation is an extremely complex process, both technically and procedurally, with the entities that are involved. It's very reliant on access to the high voltage transmission grid that CFU, of course, as the experts are very familiar with. We've enjoyed low rates and excellent service from CFU for a lot of years due to very good decisions that have been made in the past. And I think this is another good decision. And I think, I also want you to consider the expertise you have at Cedar Falls Utilities in all utility matters, but particularly the power generation, since we've been an owner of generation for many, many years. And that's been very valuable to CFU. And we've got, CFU has great experience on staff that's been working on this project and other supply items for many, many years. I want to talk just a moment about the discussion about whether this project has kind of been sprung in the public. Because, having been involved in this is something I feel I have some background in. Again, the need for additional generation of power supply planning, it's been a topic at many of our open board meetings, our strategic planning meetings over the last 10 years. And increasing emphasis on that, I would say, over the last 4 or 5 years, certainly. It's not a new subject. It's certainly not one that we believe was hidden from the public. During those years, we've had somewhat regular participation at our board meetings by a number of citizens concerned with environmental issues, concerned with power generation and renewable energy. And I can tell you, I personally responded to many, many inquiries from those citizens. Those responses were detailed, often probably providing more an explanation than the citizen really asked for. And Kamyar mentioned the meeting that we had in May of 2024, where a number of those particular citizens that had been involved with CFU and shown an interest in this, including Kamyar, attended that in May of 2024. We met for a couple hours, probably, Kamyar, I suspect. And I had what was a very open discussion, talked about our project, talked about alternatives, and I think it was a very good meeting. So I'm concerned when there's discussion that, there's been no involvement of the public in this. I think that's a misconception from my perspective on that. There was talk also about the impacts of conservation. I think it's important also to understand and know that for many years we've actually studied detailed impacts of energy conservation and the addition of electric vehicles and what that might do to our need for generation, factored in a variety of ranges, reports provided to our board each year on that issue. We factored that into the need for generation. There is certainly more potential for conservation, but quite frankly, from my perspective, not enough nearly available to offset the need and what we're going to lose in our existing generation as it ages. So it's a valid point. It is one that has been considered heavily by CFU in our planning for this new generation. I better stop there. Thank you very much for your time and consideration and for all your work on this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the public who would like to speak to this item? Okay. Oh, yeah, come on up, please.
I'm here after parking my semi-truck, so I apologize, I'm still in gross work attire. My name is Jacob Cotman. I live at 917 Birchwood Street, which is in North Cedar. Somebody mentioned earlier, we'll just put it in North Cedar. And that won't work either. We don't want it there. My whole thing with this is everything that's been discussed, this seems super shady. I know that it seems like the whole crypto thing, which is not what this meeting is about, is kind of in flux right now, but I have a lot of strong opinions, and I know I'm not the only one in North Cedar. We were kind of hung out to dry in '08 with the flood. Obviously, the focus is going to be on protecting downtown, but I know a lot of people were impacted by the flood in '08. So I just want to make sure that all parts of this town have a voice in our thoughts on this. I have no problem with gas generation. I don't think we should. I think we should all go nuclear. Generation, not the route some people I'm sure thought I was going with that, but I just want to make sure that as we move forward with this, the city itself is not being taken advantage of by companies that might be trying to push their way into what we're doing with energy production and how we're going to change the very regulations that make our city work. And if that, and I'm sorry, I'm going to go home and get some dinner now. I've been on the road since 5 o'clock this morning. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Grace Rogers. I live at 1508. Oh my gosh, we moved. 5016 Cohen Court in Cedar Falls. And I just had a quick question, maybe for the next meeting, for CFU to answer is, what other locations were considered? Like, most of the discussion has been around justifying this location and why it should be here and what risk mitigation we can put in for this location. But were other locations considered? Why or I guess why not? Why weren't they, brought? Can we get some of that background information to maybe just put my mind at ease that this is the best of all the options? I'm only hearing that this was the only option, so that's all.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Ethan Hughes from Cedar Falls, 1815 Quail Ridge Road. It was mentioned CFU had done some research into battery power and other storage methods, and they would be willing to publish that or mention that. Would you be able to put some more information out of that and actually get people speaking about that?
Sorry, just for the process. If you speak to the commission, and then we get all the public comment, and then we'll be able to compile questions and stuff. So, yeah, that's great. So, release the survey.
I want to know what they've done to look at battery power and storage systems, and what information they have on that.
All right. Thank you.
Hello, Dave Dibler, 1616 Campus Street. Own a couple properties and businesses up on College Hill. I'm going to struggle to stay on topic here, but it seems to me that a lot of the issues and frustrations we're having tonight, and since Susan is here, I think CFU needs to be more accessible and transparent. And I think it's vitally important that the Board of Trustees meetings for CFU should be held like this. And from talking to the mayor and city council people, we really don't have any ability to do that. So I'm suggesting that publicly right now. I just think this whole thing that I have felt kind of stupid lately that I don't know what's happening with the crypto issue or the Viking Energy Center. And I consider myself pretty involved. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Mark Stocker, and I live at 5324 Red Oak Lane, and I guess I'm going to be pretty brief. I just want to know, CFU on their website states that they plan on being carbon neutral by 2050, and we're talking about 30-year plans, talking about 30-year plans right now, and I'm just wondering from CFU, I haven't heard any plans about how they can become carbon neutral or get to that, so I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Thank you. think that might be it for public comment on this item. So in the packet for the commission, it did mention on here that the staff recommendation was to hold this public forum to gain feedback, questions, things that can be brought to a future meeting. So before we discuss, that could be a motion, is to set or to set a public hearing again for our next meeting. And so before we discuss, we do need a motion of some sort. And so that was the one that was recommended by staff.
Yeah, I would move to set a public hearing for May 13th.
I'll second that.
Okay. So discussion from the commission. Other points of clarification, anything?
I would like to thank CFU, Susan, Tom, and Steve. Follow up. It was good to hear CFU's perspective, and it was a lot of good information. And thank you, everyone from the public, for coming out. Your involvement in this process is very important. So thank you very much.
I think from my perspective, mostly what I've heard, and appreciate everyone coming out to talk about the Viking Energy Center, and now that the other crypto issue, I think that brings to light, that this is important to the community as well. It seems to me that CFU has done a lot of research. I don't think anyone doubts that, but it seems like they need to show their work a little bit on the location. And I don't, it may be possible that you've done that before, but it's clear that the public wants to see it now. So on the location and the selection of the Viking Energy Center current proposed location, and then of course the sustainable, what your sustainable practice is, and all the kind of alternative green energy sources, if that's been brought up, and kind of the long-term plan of that. I understand that that's a big ask, but that seems to me but what the public wants to hear about, from my perspective and sitting on this side of the table. So that's, I think, I don't know that May 13th, to be fair, is enough time. So I don't know, I guess the process of that. I would yield to the CFU folks to feel like if that's enough time to provide that information and how that format would be. So just putting that out there as well to my fellow commissioners.
Mm-hmm. I would agree that I think in general we're hearing a lot of concern about fossil fuels and the especially the things that are released into the atmosphere and health related concerns and et cetera. So when there is information at the next meeting by CFU, if part of that could be, data, numbers that talk about emissions, I don't by any means pretend to be an expert on emission control. I know some people who work for a large manufacturer who deals with emissions controls, and so I know there are a lot of different technologies to either capture or reduce them being put out in the atmosphere. So I think information on that would be helpful as well. Okay, so we have a motion for a public hearing at our next meeting and a second. And do the representatives from CFU feel like that will be enough time for, and the city also for any city-related questions? Assuming? Okay. Would this require a roll call vote or a voice vote?
I think you can just voice vote that you're setting a public hearing.
So for setting a public hearing on May 13th, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. That was for the rezoning. So for new business number 4, the presentation pretty much covered item 5 as well. Does that need a separate vote for the public hearing?
Yes.
So it wouldn't hurt, probably.
Yes, for a comp plan amendment, it needs a public hearing for that.
Yep, so do I have a motion to set a public hearing for the amendment to the master plan for the West Viking Road Industrial Park?
So moved. Second.
So this is for the future land use map.
Yes.
Not for the master plan, right? You're voting on the future land use map change?
I was thinking that was the one we did this last time. Or do I have them backwards?
Okay. So I think both the rezoning and and the change to the future land use map and the comprehensive plan both require a public hearing. If the this vote that you just took was for a public hearing for both of those items, that's fine. I just want to make sure that's clear. For both of those items require a public hearing.
Yep, and we want the public hearing, so that's great.
Okay, so we're good there. And then the next item on the agenda is the change to the M1P master plan. That doesn't require a public hearing, but obviously we invite public input on all items on the agenda. But this can't be approved until you approve the other one or deny the other one. So this one is contingent on the other two items. So we also, the staff would recommend continuing this discussion also to the May.
Okay, so not a public hearing technically, but we're going to continue discussion until.
Yeah, so you're just continuing the discussion.
Perfect.
So you need to vote on that.
Okay.
Do we need a motion, or we had a motion?
I believe.
Don't need a motion because it'll just continue it to the next meeting.
Not a voting thing. Okay. Thank you for the clarification. Next on the agenda is old business, a zoning text amendments for trailer parking.
Okay, I'll cover that item as well. At your last meeting, Jamie Castle went through, our building official went through why this is on the agenda. The council had directed staff to put something together about parking non-motorized vehicles on unimproved surfaces. Maybe we'll wait for just a sec. Do you want me to wait for a moment?
Yeah, that'd be great.
At that time, the commission, I think somebody brilliant on the commission had asked the question about, maybe it was Mr. Johnson here, had asked the question about what does that mean for corner lots and double fronting lots, and I had answered the question saying, oh, it's not a problem, because I was thinking about regular parking, but we're creating this new ordinance, and when I went back to look at that research on how we'd set up the ordinance, I realized that we do have a problem with the way it's drafted currently. That was what was presented to you, that we didn't really carefully consider the corner lots and the double fronting lots. So we'd like to take some extra time as staff to bring you back an just an amended. We need to tweak the language a little bit to accommodate those lots and make sure that anything's parked there that's on a corner lot that's visible from the street is really hidden from the street. So that's all to say that we're recommending continuing this public hearing to the next meeting.
Thank you very much. Are there any immediate questions for staff from the commission? Is there anyone from the public who would like to speak to this item at all? Okay, then I would entertain a motion to continue this to our next meeting.
So move.
Second.
Is there any discussion or direction for staff in the meanwhile before we do the voice vote? I do appreciate the due diligence and going back and double checking it. That's great.
Fisher.
Aye.
I guess you don't need to vote on setting a public hearing,
Yeah.
right? Just
Voice vote.
Yes.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We will discuss that at our May 13th meeting. Next on the agenda was the previously mentioned rezoning of the 38 acres of West Viking Park from M1 to M2. That has been withdrawn by the petitioners, Cedar Falls and CFU, so there will not be a vote or discussion on that because it is no longer on the table. So we will move on to item number 8, which is the zoning text amendments for cryptocurrency mining, utilities, and public facilities. I believe Karen has this as well.
So we had a consultant here at the last meeting, just want to preface this, that went through, the city was asked to prepare some ordinance amendments. We were approached by Simple Mining and said they wanted to do a larger facility here, and we investigated our zoning and we said, you can't do it in Cedar Falls because we don't allow it in our zoning ordinance. In order to be able to consider that, the commission and the council need to consider whether to adopt amendments to our zoning ordinance to allow cryptocurrency mining. So we kind of went through a lot of that last time, had a discussion about it. There was a number of questions posed by both the public and the Planning and Zoning Commission. So we've put together in the staff report some answers to those questions as best we could. And so that's my preface on here. So on the slides here, I'm not going to go back through what's in the proposed ordinance unless there's a question about it, and I do have that presentation for our consultants that goes through the restrictions and standards that we were recommending to put in place if we were to allow cryptocurrency mining. So I do have those slides available if people want to go through the details of that. But I did want to just focus in on the questions that came up at the last time in the interest of time, and I know people are here to speak. So you did ask for information on the difference between the M1 and the M2 zones, and even though we're not proposing M2 zoning anymore on this site, that detailed information, the differences between the heavy industrial and the light industrial, was in your packet. There is one concern that we have in general, and like I said, this is an old zoning ordinance from the 1970s. The M2 heavy industrial district allows all uses listed in the M1 light industrial plus, and the language in the code is any use whatsoever, except certain listed uses require approval by P&Z and council, and those were kind of the heavy industrial, the ones that most people would think of as being kind of nasty uses that have some externalities associated with them. And so the concern about that is that the proposed amendments to the code that are on the table right now delete that phrase, any use whatsoever, to prevent unknown uses that might occur in the community now and in the future. We think that's not good zoning language. So regardless of what happens to these amendments, we would suggest bringing something back at a minimum to clean up that language. So I just wanted to make that clarification on that. There was a question that came up about removing code language in reference to GPUs and replace with more technological advanced term. When we looked through the draft code that we presented, there is nothing in the draft code language about any mention of GPU or any kind of technology. So that wasn't on the table. I'm not sure why that was brought up by Simple Mining last time. The commission requested more information on the difference between mining equipment located in accessory containers outside of a building versus operations where the mining equipment is located inside of a building. So if the question was related to a specific site, of course, every site is going to be different, has different topography, different conditions around it. So we wouldn't be able to tell you exactly what the conditions are and what the rules would be for a particular site. That's why the language was set up to go, anybody proposing cryptocurrency mining would have to come back through with a detailed site plan that would show how they're meeting all the standards that would be in the ordinance, how they're buffering it from neighbor properties, how they're handling the lighting and the noise and everything. So every site, again, is going to be slightly different. However, mining operations outdoors, obviously in separate containers, there's some advantages, I'm sure, for the cryptocurrency miners. It's lower cost than building a large building and scalability of that. But the concerns are valid about generating significant noise and heat, which are much harder to control in an outdoor setting. Aesthetics are also a concern. It was brought up a question last time, how, if they're going to stack the containers, how you're ever going to be able to screen those from public view. And so that's a valid point. These potential nuisance effects are the reason staff recommended allowing outdoor containers only in the heavy industrial district, and that's why that was on the table at the time. And the thought was, if it's inside of a building, enclosed in a building, yes, it is more costly to the developer of that. The aesthetics and the noise is much easier to control if it's in a well-designed building, so they can control those nuisance factors. We do note, though, however, that some outdoor equipment is still necessary because the cooling equipment to cool it still would need to be outdoors in most cases, and that can be noisy as well. So regardless of indoor or outdoor operation, the city's noise ordinance must be met regardless. There was requested more information on lighting, noise, and environmental impacts of cryptocurrency use on surrounding areas. I think that's why the standards were set up in the proposed code the way they were, so that those had to be identified and checked when a site plan was brought in, a specific site plan. So each, as I mentioned before, each site's going to be different. So during a site plan review, when we have all the details, the developer is going to have to produce a noise sound study, and then they're going to have to verify that the power is available from CFU. They're going to have to verify any light pollution. They're going to have to meet all those separation distance requirements, all the fencing and landscaping requirements. Those would all be checked at the time of site plan review, if there's an ordinance on the table, of course. And all necessary, they have to verify that all the necessary permits and licenses have been obtained from the state and the DNR and other authorities. The ordinance doesn't allow backup generators because they're noisy and unpredictable on when they might be used. And then the ordinance that's written right now only allows a closed-loop hydro cooling system. No air-cooled or open-loop systems would be allowed for two reasons. They're noisy and they use a lot of water. So that's why the ordinance right now requires a closed-loop hydro cooling system only. Some clarification on the data center uses and the concerns about converting cryptocurrency mining to a data center, and whether data centers are being considered with this. We were very careful in that research. We had our consultants doing a lot of research on this. There's a lot of concern about data centers and how much power they use, and that they don't want to be interrupted. It needs to be firm power, and a lot of places are concerned about that, and there's moratoriums on data centers. So we were very intentional. The proposed code amendments have been very narrowly drafted to only allow cryptocurrency mining uses subject to those strict requirements that are in the code. However, market for cryptocurrency is volatile and the future is unknown. So staff is concerned that the cryptocurrency mining company is already discussing and advocating to allow data centers and conversion of mining equipment to data center use. That gives us pause. I think it gives CFU some pause as well. So staff and CFU do not recommend allowing conversion of existing mining operations to a data center use, and the proposed code language does not allow data centers. And if that is the future and the intent of the mining companies, then that may be a reason to deny these code amendments altogether. So as far as our recommendation, because there have been a significant number of public comments, we've received a lot of public comments from the public, and those have been provided in your packet. I think we tried to provide anything that came in to our staff after the packet was published last week for the commission, and those were set in front of you. So in the interest of making sure we have enough time and hear all the public comments before making a definitive recommendation on the proposed code amendments, we would recommend continuing this public hearing to the next meeting. And I know that CFU also has some comments and clarifications they would like to make related to the difference between cryptocurrency mining and data centers and what their opinion are on those items as well.
Thank you for allowing me to address this very, very important issue for our community. Again, I'm Susan Abernathy, General Manager of Cedar Falls Utilities. I would like to start with first acknowledging that there's been a lot of community discussion surrounding this agenda item, whether to allow larger scale cryptocurrency mining operations and/or potentially whether that morphs into data centers into our community is definitely a big issue that many people obviously want to and frankly have a right to weigh in on, and we fully support that. There's a lot of information circulating about the cryptocurrency mining operation in this community. As the city explained, this agenda item tonight is technically on an ordinance amendment that's just related to whether to allow cryptocurrency mining, and we acknowledge all of the work that the city staff has put into it, and they've relied on CFU to kind of give them some guidance. But we also know that Simple Mining has requested and been pretty out there in requesting that they be allowed to have broader language to navigate into a data center. We are asked to share our perspective as a utility industry. I think people, or as your local utility, so I'm here to share information and listen to that community input and respond to a lot of the things that we've seen and heard in the last few weeks. To be clear, I want to emphasize that CFU absolutely shares the community's concern with the cryptocurrency mining in the future, and I think there's a very valid concern about whether that leads to an easy pivot into a data center. So we would urge Planning and Zoning Commission and the City Council to move very, very cautiously and to fully assess the impacts of a larger scale cryptocurrency mining operation before moving forward. Our concern is that a nod to cryptocurrency mining operations on a larger scale is an unintentional de facto nod to a pivot to a data center, and I'm going to explain why this is happening out there in the rest of the country. So my topics are going to focus on three things. First, the history of cryptocurrency mining business presence in Cedar Falls and how we got to where we are right now. I think there's a lot of questions and kind of like, how did we even land here in the first place? So please allow me to walk you through how we got to where we are right now. Second, I want to address concerns that we've received from the public with respect to this current environment. There's a lot of assumptions being made with respect to the two businesses in town and their relationship with Cedar Falls Utilities, and I'm here to provide you with the facts as to exactly what has happened and what is happening. And then third, I want to provide some context to what a large load would mean for the local utility and your community. Now that a larger load has been requested, that's the reason we're here today, and the city obviously considering the zoning amendments, considering those rules on large-scale crypto mining operations absolutely has to occur. Our duty is to serve our community reliably and respond to its needs, and it's clear that a load that is interruptible, such as crypto, is an entirely different universe than a large-scale data center that is uninterruptible 24/7, 365 days a year. So first I want to talk about the history. CFU's current smaller scale cryptocurrency mining customers, came here, and we want the community to understand and know more about what we have right now. In the public discussion over the past few weeks, there have been things shared by the citizens we want to clarify. I want you all to hear directly from us as to exactly what's going on. So first, back in late 2021, early 2022, since that time, two cryptocurrency mining companies have connected in Cedar Falls. Their demand started very, very small and has grown over time. For context, Simple Mining was the first company to request connection, and it started with a 1/3 megawatt request, which is 300 kW. This is for context, it's a similar load to a gas station. I can 100% tell you at that time that you had friends and neighbors and people doing this in their basements, and it was not regulated. Nobody really knew what this was. Back when this was first introduced, and I think Ms. Howard referred to this in the last meeting on March 25th, when this first came to town, none of us, including CFU, really knew what this was. Was this going to grow? Was this a thing? Was it going to get bigger? We really didn't understand whether it would have any traction or longevity. Rest assured, all the way through this process, those two businesses have paid for all additional and necessary infrastructure to serve their load up front. So the transformers, the switch gears, the equipment, the labor, anything additional that CFU has had to do to serve these entities, those two crypto mining customers have paid for that 100%. When we got the request for the cryptocurrency customers, we figured out how to fulfill our obligation to serve while also protecting all of our other ratepayers. To protect the community, these customers pay for their own infrastructure and all of their energy costs. They have not raised your energy bills, and there's no financial risk to CFU or the community if they shut down or leave. Now, before I get into the history and the money and all of the questions that people have, I need to make one fundamental principle very relevant and out there for everyone in this room to understand, and that is this. As a utility, we have a legal duty to serve all of our customers regardless of who they are, what they do, what they stand for, or how they may impact the environment. We are not the moral judges of what people do. If an entity, business, or person is legally located, and I know that begs the question, legally located, well, they weren't. Were they legal? Were they not? Nobody really knew what they were. But if someone locates in our service territory, we do not get to decide who gets power and who does not. We don't get to morally judge that we don't like tobacco shops, alcohol establishments, meat packing plants, stockyards, fertilizer plants, big ag. The list goes on and on. There's lots of things that occur in this community that people probably have moral concerns about. With that being said, we wholeheartedly understand and hear the community's concerns about this particular business and whether it's something that we should allow in our community on a larger scale or on any scale in the future. And that's why this zoning ordinance discussion is so vitally important, because anyone legally, once they're legally in our service territory, we don't get the option to decide whether they're served or not. A couple of questions that have come up from the community, and one of them is on the lease. Cedar Falls Utilities does lease unused bare land near our existing electric infrastructure to cryptocurrency mining customers. This property is not needed for current utility operations, making it an efficient way to generate additional value for the community, and those lease rates are set in line with comparable commercial ground leases. Again, this started out very small. It was literally one crate the size of 8x8, which is kind of a garden shed. So when we leased 8x8 piece of bare ground inside of a flood wall, it wasn't really anything monumental that anybody paid a whole lot of attention to, right or wrong. We can judge this, in the rearview mirror all day long, but that is where this started. It's bare dirt. It's not a finished building. Simple Mining is not inside any buildings that CFU owns. It's located on ground that would never be used for anything else. It's benefited the ratepayers because it's on ground, like I said, that would never be used for anything else. And yes, it is $1 a square foot. That is the going rate for bare ground in accordance with our research. And I get it. $1 a square foot seems ludicrous. It seems like that's some sweetheart deal for the cryptocurrency miners. But we need to keep in mind that literally equates to $43,000 per acre. And I don't think any of us is aware of a farmer who rents their farm ground for $43,000 per acre. So in 2025, CFU received $36,000 for the lease ground on the utility parkway. All of that revenue has been reinvested in the utility, helping to offset costs and keep our electric system improvements up to date. So to conclude this part of the history, it started out very small and correct. They've landed here before any of us knew what we know now. The city has been aware, along with CFU, of course, and a small operation located on a utility property is not to the scale of what is now being proposed, which again is why we need to be having this discussion. We're not denying any of that at all, and we need to think long and hard about where this community, including the utility, goes from here. Between these two companies, there's approximately 45 megawatts of crypto mining load that we serve, and again, that is completely interruptible. Second, I want to go through some public concerns that we've also heard in public meeting or in events the community has had and on the internet. There's questions about the rates and the financial impact, and there's a lot of theories that they're getting a sweetheart deal or that they're not paying their fair share. The rates for the large commercial customers differ from residential rates and typically include both demand and energy charges. So to be clear, it doesn't look anything like what you see on your home utility bill. We maintain a range of different rates to ensure that we collect the appropriate cost of service, and it reflects those different usage patterns and demand requirements. So that covers residential, small commercial, large commercial, industrial customers. There's different rate structures that are designed to fairly allocate the cost of the system to the various customers based on their usage. These cryptocurrency mining customers do not have preferential treatment. They're served under individually negotiated contracts that are consistent with our policies for large and unique loads. These agreements protect the community and ensure crypto mining customers are paying their fair share for the energy they use and all of their infrastructure costs. That rate contract for these crypto customers was approved by the Board of Trustees in a public meeting. To outline it, these customers do pay a base energy charge beginning at ½ cent a kilowatt hour, plus demand charges based on their peak usage, plus the standard energy cost adjustment that all of you see on your own bills, which is the actual cost of the energy. As with all large customers, the total kilowatt hour varies depending on their demand and their usage patterns. You could see two different customers. You can think in your mind two large customers here in Cedar Falls, and their bills will look entirely different because it's how their demand charges are computed and how they actually use the energy. There have been system benefits and protections. These customers are required to have an interruptible load, and so during periods of high demand and stress on the grid, CFU can and does curtail them, which means shut them off. And here's the great thing. When we cut them off, CFU is compensated by the energy market for that curtailment. So we receive money from the market to cut down our load, and CFU keeps that money. It is not handed back to the crypto mining customers. Those revenues are reinvested into utility operations and infrastructure to help manage our costs for all of our customers. These agreements ensure that these large loads can be reduced when necessary to protect reliability and control those costs. So I know everybody's dying to know what the financial impact is. And to be clear, our confidentiality provisions in the code prohibit me from saying what your bill is or what target distribution or any specific utility bills. But I can assure you that the municipal electric utility is in a strong financial position before we had cryptocurrency mining customers, and we will continue to be in a strong position whether they are allowed to continue in the future or not. Since 2021, cryptocurrency mining operations have contributed approximately $13.4 million in net income after we pay all of our expenses. So they pay more than that. We take out the expenses for the energy costs, for our overhead, any other expenses that are attributed to them, and to the bottom line, we have had $13.4 million added since 2021. So those revenues associated with cryptocurrency mining operations, including the energy sales and the lease payments, have helped offset rising costs that would otherwise have resulted in rate increases. Based on our analysis, this impact is approximately 10% every year since 2022. So in other words, what I'm saying is that if CFU were going to try to make $13.4 million, we would have to have, on average, increased everyone's rates by another 10% on top of what you already experienced. So I'm telling you that the $13.4 million, there's no secrets. We've been audited every year. We pass with flying colors. There's nothing nefarious going on. That money has been used to go back into our community and help us offset rising costs. We are a community-owned, not-for-profit utility. Our focus is on providing innovative, high-quality services that provide reliable, affordable, and deliver a strong value to our community. Those revenues are reinvested into maintaining and improving our systems, and they help keep our rates as low as possible. Next, I'd like to address this idea that CFU and Simple Mining are in a partnership. We're aware that this concept is not only being promoted by some concerned citizens, but it's also being promoted by Simple Mining. And I have a couple things to say about that. Being the landlord for Simple Mining does not make us a partner. Just like anyone who rents their house or rents their business property, that doesn't make you a partner with your landlord. Being the power provider does not make us Simple Mining's provider. All of you who are our customers are not our partner. We are your utility provider. The images on the internet that have been promoted and circulated by Simple Mining and imply a partnership or some other relationship between CFU and Simple Mining, yes, we've seen those, and we're extremely frustrated. One example is the use of CFU imagery with the Simple Mining logo on a power plant that looks strangely like Streeter Station. They're misleading, they're disingenuous, and they're not authorized. This is using CFU's property without our permission, and again, I will repeat, it's not authorized. So I am going to state here in a public setting that we are asking Simple Mining to cease and desist using our image and implying something that is simply not true. Hopefully that information helps address some of the questions we have. What being considered tonight is wholly different in scale than what has historically happened thus far, and I have an analogy for you. It's like if you're living down the street, if you live out in the rural area and you have a family farm that's a hog operation, the local family farmer has that. If they all of a sudden decided that they wanted to be a CAFO, which is a concentrated animal feeding operation, many of you probably have heard that term in the news. That's another version of that, something that drives people bonkers, and rightfully so. And that's what we're dealing with today. We have smaller scale crypto mining operations that the city and CFU have obviously been aware of, but they're morphing into something much bigger, much larger, and much more impactful on the community, and we share that. The crypto mining and the data center industry is morphing, it's blending, it's shifting very quickly, and we have significant concerns as your local utility about companies considering larger scale operations, particular data centers. What the utility industry experts are telling us and what is happening across the country is that cryptocurrency operations are transitioning to data centers quickly and easily. And you've seen a peak of that in the request from Simple Mining to urge you to reconsider a different zoning ordinance amendment that would make it broader. So I want to emphasize that I understand that the proper item before planning and zoning is simply a crypto mining zoning ordinance, and I recognize that city staff has worked hard to put those parameters in place, but before Simple Mining is requesting something broader than that, and I want to be respectful of the fact that we have several things on the table here, but I want everybody to understand that there are unintended consequences to what could be happening here. We may be innocently enough passing on a cryptocurrency zoning ordinance, and there could be things that happen that you have very little control over. So I'm here today to give you that utility industry expertise and that perspective. So third, I'm going to talk about CFU's comments and concerns on the proposal for large loads. Whether we're talking about crypto mining operations or data centers, large loads do cause us great concern for several reasons. Right now, the 45 megawatt load that we have from the two cryptocurrency customers is interruptible. Like I said, we can turn them off when we need to. It does keep your rates lower while serving these two customers, and when we turn them off, we receive that money, and that helps you. Adding 100 megawatt, even interruptible load for crypto mining operation that has been requested by Simple Mining does cause us some concern. It's currently we can't just say, yeah, sounds great. That has to be studied by MISO. We don't have the full results analyzed from MISO, but I think there are going to be things in our grid infrastructure that MISO will say, you don't get to connect even with an interruptible 100 megawatt load until certain infrastructure upgrades are made. That would be paid by Simple Mining, to be fair, not our other customers. And while being interruptible is more feasible, it's not a foregone conclusion that this is wise in our community, even keeping in mind that the $13.4 million since 2022 has helped keep our costs low. So I don't want there to be any thought that CFU is after the money and we don't care about this community, because we're deeply concerned about what this means and what it could morph into in the future. And I understand that, I've already said that, so I'm going to skip over that. I I do want you to humor me for a quick moment to elaborate a little bit on the data center pivot. And again, I'm trying to be respectful that that's not officially on your agenda, but I firmly believe that that is ultimately where this discussion is headed. We're a locally owned, customer-focused utility. With that being said, it can't be denied that adding any new large-scale load would require intense study and a thorough evaluation to understand all the impacts on our system. A potential data center project would represent a substantial increase in demand. For reference, in the last 25 years, the average demand for this community, not considering crypto mining, has been 101 megawatts. And the crypto mining is interruptible, so I'm not including that in that. So it begs the question, if a large data center comes into town with 100 megawatts of firm load 24/7, you do the math. Our peak right now with our regular community is 101, and you have one customer that wants 100 megawatts all the time, 24/7, 365. That presents CFU with operational and planning concerns that we have to evaluate to protect our system reliability and our long-term stability. Consider the fact that if one customer in our community represents half of our load, what that does for an imbalance of influence and power. And by that I mean, the pun is intended, power in terms of electricity and power in terms of influence. So to respond to any speculation on CFU's position, we have deep concerns as well. And I'll tell you, here's the rub. We don't get to decide. It's you. You get to decide that, and City Council gets to decide that. And then Cedar Falls Utilities has to say, yes, sir, I guess we're serving them. Because again, I don't get to be the morality police. I don't get to judge who gets our power. So really the decision is in your hands in City Council because we have a legal obligation to serve customers. If there's an inclination to explore that avenue, I'm telling you it will take a year or more for your local utility to figure out what that means for feasibility, improvements to our substation equipment, how this impacts our rates, how we protect the rest of our customers, what this means for our staffing, what this means for our resources, what this means for our financial viability and our credibility, because I'm telling you, when we go to get a bond for a public improvement project, when the bonding company sees that we're dependent on one customer, that degrades our bonding capabilities. We need to understand as a community what are the benefits, what are the risks, and is that trade-off worth it? So our position is urging you and City Council to listen to your constituents, and please be very cautious, and I know you will be. As we're a municipal utility, we are compelled to provide you with our utility expertise if you have any interest in dipping our toes into these waters, and we have to be very careful and considerate in considering what that happens. It takes time. It is absolutely not a scenario where we copy and paste an ordinance from another community that has decided to show me the money with the data center. That's not, you're not doing any of us any service by doing that. If it is a viable business model, if it is, then it'll still be here in 5 years, 10 years, beyond that. I don't know that this is something we want to dive into and have you put the municipal utility through that struggle of figuring out how we're going to serve them. I would tell you that if we jump into this without knowing what we're getting into and we decide that it was a mistake, there's no recovering from that. If these large data centers and loads are allowed, CFU, we will ensure that they pay all upfront costs, but there are cascading impacts to that. Data centers will absolutely have the money to pay for infrastructure upgrades. There's no end in sight to that. In other words, what I'm telling you is you can't rely on the fact that, well, CFU won't be able to serve a 200 megawatt load. No problem. We'll just let CFU tell them no. And I'm telling you from the wisdom across the nation is if we said, you know, we need umpteen $1 billion to build a new transmission line to Parkersburg, they're writing a check for that. So once you open that can of worms, once you let the genie out of the bottle, there's no letting the genie back in. The other thing I think we need to consider is that once we allow a large load like that, then that by definition forecloses our ability to serve other potential businesses or industries that may want to come into our town. Many states and communities are struggling with this as well. They're instituting moratoriums. They're taking the time to consider what all of this means. So I'm just going to conclude and leave it with this. The money CFU has received thus far has helped us reinvest and keep our rates lower. We have protected the rest of our customers. We have continued to provide reliable service, and we can totally do that with or without crypto miners and data centers. If the community leaders decide that there's no crypto mining or data centers allowed, fine. We are not changing our operations. We will absolutely continue to provide you with highly innovative, high-quality services that bring the best value to our community. It's up to the P&Z Commission and ultimately City Council to determine whether these larger scale operations, whether it's cryptocurrency or what they really want, data centers are allowed in our community, and CFU shares the concerns. It's a big decision. Please consider those ramifications carefully. If you all decide not to allow either of these operations, CFU is 100% on board with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Back to the commission. Are there any clarifying questions before we open up to public comment for either CFU or the city?
I just have one question. So let's say we decide we don't want to move forward with any of these updates and we're going to say no. What happens to the existing crypto mining operations that are there right now?
So the ones that are there right now would be grandfathered in as existing uses, just like any other use that's in existence and in the city when zoning changes, or so they would be allowed to continue at their current level. However, they can't expand. We can't consider any new ones, so their existing sites would have to remain the same. And if they try to pivot to data center use, that also would not be allowed. And we have sent a letter to Simple Mining explaining that.
Would that include, like, you mean they can't expand? They can't pull more power than they're using today, or what would the expand mean? I think we'd have to define that, right?
So I would let CFU answer that question, but they have agreements with the existing operations as they are now. So if they are renegotiating the contract with or an agreement with CFU that they want to go to firm power and not curtailable power, that's a big indication that it's a change of use. It's no longer cryptocurrency mining, and they're asking for something broader than that, and so that would not be allowed.
And so adding another bank of these, or whatever they're called, I guess, I forget a bank of the current setup that they have down at CFU at the main plant, if they just put another one of those, would that not be allowed as well?
Right, no expansion of a non-conforming use.
Okay.
So did I hear right? About half of our normal base power they're using? But I know you said that 100 megawatts didn't include them because they're curtailable. But if the rest of us are using 100 and they're using 45, that's roughly half of what we're all using.
Yeah, that's a great question. So when I talk about peak load, on average is 101 megawatts, so that's the highest usage day in any given year. So it's like, an August day when everybody's running their air conditioners. So I can tell you on a normal, it depends on the weather. On a normal day, Bill can maybe help me out on, like today, it could have been 60. 80? It was about 80 megawatts
Turn off
today.
your air conditioners, it sounds like.
It's pretty warm today.
So today it was 80 megawatts is what our community used. So that's a very fair question.
Okay.
And when both the crypto miners are operating, it's 45. So yeah, it's a big portion. And we're able to handle that. And it being interruptible is a key component of that. But we're totally fine either way.
It's a lot of juice.
Anything else?
I have a question. So as a utility, you cannot deny a customer power.
Nope.
Can you ration or limit it contractually? Or once they're in, they can get as much as they want?
Once they're in, they get as much as they want. In this contract, if you yourself want to say, hey, I want to shut down your business, I suppose we could Well, we have a couple customers that are on they voluntarily curtail when we call them up and say, hey, the grid's under stress. So, but for the most part, no, we don't get to say, you only get to use so much power. We can't do that.
So if they wanted to expand, you could not limit, if they wanted to expand their crypto operation and ask for more power contractually as a crypto.
Correct.
That would have to be pre-agreed upon.
Well, what likely we'd say is, well, if you want that, you need to pay this for system improvements, and I'm telling you that that's never been an issue.
Okay.
Any other clarifying questions from the commission before we open it up? Okay.
Actually, I did. So how, we talked about pivoting to a data center. How do we verify the product? How do we prove that they are producing crypto and not data, other than by looking at their utility bill?
Well, I think CFU would have to answer that particular question, because we wouldn't know from a zoning perspective. But if they're asking for firm power from CFU, we're going to say, and CFU lets us know, hey, they must be pivoting to a data center use. We're going to say, no, you can't do that, because it's not allowed in Cedar Falls. Okay. So it is a roundabout way to find out. Yeah, that's what we had discussed about their existing site. That's why we're, like I said in our staff report, it gives us pause, because they are computers, and we don't always know what they're doing with the computers.
Exactly.
So,
But as the utility, if they're on a curtail plan because they're zoned in as a crypto mine, and then they change to a data center, nobody knows, and they just go to the utility and be like, hey, I want this power to be all the time now. I'll pay you for it. As a utility, you're obligated to meet their demand, whether it's curtailed or not, so they could just become a data center, right?
no, because CFU is also subject to all the operation, anything in Cedar Falls is subject to zoning. So CFU would tell us, hey, they're changing our agreement, and it looks like they're going to become a data center, and we'd say, I'm sorry, you can't have a data center here. So, we do have zoning control over that.
I'll also clarify that we have, different rates, like I talked about, residential, commercial. We have in our commercial large load rate that if you want more than 10 megawatts of firm load, you need to call us up and have a discussion, and there's a contract. That's why we have that's why this is interruptible, but they have a larger than 10 megawatt load requirement, so that requires a contract. So if any of them wanted 10 megawatts firm or more, it would require communicating with us, and we would communicate with the city, of course.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
And that's part of, that's the process.
That's in our rate structure. It's what our board approves for our rates.
Okay. I think I understand.
And the other thing I would note is that most of the cryptocurrency mining is on land that's leased from CFU. So CFU has control over the lease, right?
Yes, we do.
So Susan, can I ask if it's allowed, let's say we allow them to operate and this passes, and then they say to you, we do want to expand. Let's say we want to double our, and we will pay for the infrastructure for it. What restraints are in place that you as a utility company can say, well, that will take us to 202 megawatts per year, and that if you can't pay for that for 5 years, then that leaves us, at oversized infrastructure, or is there any protections in place in that way that, obviously you're negotiating that lease with them or that contract with them?
Yeah, that's a great question. Not right now, but if we had to go down that path, we would negotiate all that in a contract. Mm-hmm. Okay. What we do is, I think what you're asking is if all of this infrastructure gets invested in and then they leave, and that's a stranded asset.
Yeah.
The one nice thing is, again, all of that upfront cost has to be paid by them. But if it's a stranded asset and they leave it, then there's ongoing O&M and expenses with an asset that we didn't plan on having to deal with. But yeah, that's a concern.
Mm-hmm.
It's a whole lot of gas generators. Or nukes.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, so we're going to open up to public speaking. As I kind of mentioned earlier, we do still have a lot of people in the room, so a couple things. If people could try and hold their comments to 5 minutes or less, that would be appreciated. Also, if someone right before you basically had more or less the same comment, we don't necessarily need to repeat the same comment every single time. So if a neighbor has already said the same thing you were going to, maybe sit this one out and let someone else go up. Otherwise, name and address for the record, please.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for being here tonight. Appreciate the time and energy into this important topic. I'm Adam Haynes, the founder and CEO of Simple Mining. Many of you might be curious or, thinking, what does Simple Mining even do? Fundamentally, we're just a technology company. You might have worries or concerns over water and noise. And some of you might be optimistic about some of the benefits that we can bring to the community. The main thing that I want to drive home tonight is Cedar Falls has been our home for nearly 5 years now. We're a company of 75 employees, and we have significant benefits that we bring to this community. Up until a few weeks ago, maybe many of you didn't even know that we existed, right? We've been here operating, trying to be a good neighbor and a good community member. So a little bit of background on me. I'm from small town Iowa, grew up about an hour north of here, came down to UNI, met my wife here, made some lifelong friends here, and started my first company here, which is a cell phone store right in front of Blaine's Farm and Fleet. So Simple Mining was born out of that business, and a lot of been a lot of fun building businesses here in Cedar Falls. A few main points that I want to go over here tonight is a little bit more about Simple Mining and what we do. I want to go over and explain maybe some of the misinformation about us that you've been seeing in the public, and what we've done for the community in Cedar Falls. I'll be happy to answer any questions you have, and with that, I'll get started. So, would like to reiterate that Simple Mining, Cedar Falls is home. This is where we've been for 5 years. We have, like I said, 75 employees, employees that have families here, and it's very important for us to be able to continue growing here, right? We want to continue growing our business here. So with point number one, who is Simple Mining, we just run computers. That's what we do, right? We have a repair center. We repair the computers. We have advanced technicians that make repairs on these computers, and we run computers. We don't need overly complicated. We've been running computers here for 5 years. I don't think there's going to be any shortage of computers in the future, and that's what we do with our company. So. We're one of the largest employers in the industrial park, and we've been growing pretty significantly in the past few years. Last year, we were ranked #1 on the Inc. 5000 in Iowa for fastest growing companies and 175 overall. Really proud of that, really proud to be from Cedar Falls and be able to have a business that's experienced that much growth. Get to point number two, just some of the misinformation that we've seen. As far as water usage, this was mentioned in the ordinance. We don't have any water usage outside of restroom and fire suppression sprinklers. We're a closed loop system. Everything that we do is recirculated, and no plans to use any water there. On the noise, we fully support and follow all the noise requirements. There's an existing noise ordinance in place for the industrial park, and we wouldn't be making an investment for a new facility if we weren't able to comply with that existing noise ordinance. So point number three, what have we done for Cedar Falls? I think Susan mentioned, the financial impact to Cedar Falls utilities. I think that's a pretty material impact that has helped, be a great benefit to all of the, citizens of Cedar Falls. We're one of the largest taxpayers to the city of Cedar Falls. We have, 75 employees, great paying jobs. We have full benefits. Our employees don't pay a dime out of pocket for their health insurance. We have 401k, paid time off, so on and so forth. So we like to, have a great, we want to attract great people to work for our company, and we want to have, a good benefits and pay to attract that talent. So we've been here, like I said, for 5 years, and we would really like to continue to grow our business. To get specifically to the point on the ordinance, we think that the ordinance is a little restrictive. I could give an analogy similar to, an auto repair place that was limited to fixing just one brand of car. Like, we run computers, and there's not going to be less computers in the future, and we want to have flexibility. Of course, we want to comply with any, requirements that the utility company or the city would impose upon us, and make sure that we're in full compliance there. But fundamentally, to make it overly restrictive could potentially be prohibitive on our business. So, yeah. Thank you again for your time tonight. Really appreciate the attention to this matter, and we look forward to continuing to grow our business here in Cedar Falls. So, thank you. Any questions that I can help answer? Or
I think in general we kind of take a lot of the public input first, and then maybe at the end of public comment, if we have questions we want answers to right away, we'll let you know.
Thanks so much.
Thanks.
Hi there, my name is Hannah Massey. I live on 2901 Ohio Street. I am a science major and full year-round Cedar Falls resident. I am a science major at the University of Northern Iowa, and like a lot of people here, I oppose the construction of this or any crypto mining data centers in the Cedar Valley. I'm very concerned about health and environmental impacts it would have on our city and our planet. This is inherently a complicated issue. I don't find that we can overcomplicate it because there's a lot involved that we need to discuss to make sure this is safe for everyone. Simple Mining, like many similar companies, has claimed that this facility will only use surplus energy. While this is true, they are intentionally omitting the fact that data centers nearly always require more energy than the surplus. They're using almost half of our energy right now. Drastically increasing demand. A single Bitcoin transaction requires the same amount of energy as 6 homes. According to the CEO of Simple Mining, the energy the company consumes across Iowa is equivalent to the energy required to power 26,000 homes. In other words, Simple Mining uses more energy per day than every resident of Ames combined. According to the CEO of Berkshire Hathaway, data centers are expected to double Mid-American Energy's demand by 2030. The check for this demand increase will be paid largely by the people of Cedar Falls and the Cedar Valley, not by the companies responsible. This increase increases environmental and health strain. Harvard public health researchers have conducted studies that connect data centers to fine particulate air pollution. This type of pollution can cause heart disease, cancer, and dementia. A 2020 research paper shows that for each $1 of Bitcoin, 48 cents of health and climate damage are incurred on surrounding communities. Simple Mining does not provide a service to the mass majority of residents. There aren't goods that we can buy from them that will somehow improve our lives. They exist solely to generate revenue for rich men at the cost of our environment, health, neighbors, and families. Their energy contribution may save us that 10% increase that we were talking about with the energy costs, but I don't know how many years of my life are worth a 10% energy cut. We will not see this money. Simple Mining has claimed that they help pay for schools and roads by operating. While this is true of any business, it is much less so for crypto mining data centers. Iowa provides 50 to 100% tax breaks to data centers on energy, equipment, and construction materials. That is all money that will not be returned to our community and will instead go back into the pockets of Simple Mining's owners, or owners of any data mining center we allow to develop here. The impact that this crypto mining data center would have on the environment is drastic, with next to no benefit to our community, no matter what Simple Mining claims. The evidence is not on their side. Passing this proposition puts the residents of Cedar Falls at incredible risk for the sole purpose of further enriching a handful of people. I find find it is very important that we ensure that we highly restrict and regulate this. We're talking about the W-2 reworking to make sure that they can't just do any use whatsoever. A lot has been talked about with noise pollution and aesthetic problems, which is important, but those health hazards are very important. We need to restrict this on the front end so that we don't let the genie out of the bottle and cause massive health problems before we have enough proof to make sure that it's dangerous. We need to protect before it happens. We all ask that you choose our safety over their profits. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi there. My name is Dylan Southall. I'm at 510 Franklin Street. I live just a few blocks away. So I'm a Cedar Falls resident and a former Cedar Falls Utilities employee. I spoke at the March 25th hearing, and I'm going to speak tonight. I want to acknowledge the change in this petition and say I appreciate it. Public zoning is the right designation for a public power plant. Taking cryptocurrency mining and data centers off the table on this parcel is an improvement over where we were and where this previously stood. But this rezoning doesn't solve everything. There are several underlying concerns that I'd like to speak to tonight. And I want to acknowledge that at a minimum, the timing of this power plant and the timing of the mining facility requesting to be on site is at a minimum unfortunate. When I wrote this down, I wanted to talk to the energy rate they were receiving. It reported at half a penny per kilowatt hour, and I appreciate Susan speaking to that, so I'm not going to speak to that here. I didn't have the ECA cost adjustment that noted in that, but that was not noted in the Courier in 2022, so the speculation over the rate, I believe, is well-founded. Without that energy cost adjustment, it would have put them below the cost to procure energy off the market. So thank you for speaking to that, Susan. Second, CFU's former energy services manager, Matt Hine, who publicly described the rate structure that the current miners operate in, is now Simple Mining's Director of Energy Infrastructure. And I'm going to quote, "We do not sneak in anywhere. We are very open and honest about what we do." He stood here last zoning meeting and omitted that he was a CFU employee for 7 years, leaving only 5 months ago. I've stood here twice now and stated that I worked at CFU, and because I find it wildly inappropriate to speak to these issues without saying so. In contrast, Matt Hine held a similar position at CFU and said nothing. None of these concerns were invented by the critics in the past 4 weeks, and they go back all the way back to 2022 when Matt Hine gave a presentation to the Iowa Municipal Utility Association. And from that, there were 4 concerns I found whenever I dove into that presentation. One, he spoke in first person throughout. We require, we've structured. He's not describing someone else's policy. He was the person inside the utility describing the rate and the structure that it seems that he built, or at least took part in. He's now the same person working for the largest mining operator on that system. 2, the staff report tells you that crypto mining helps smooth out our energy costs because miners can shut down quickly during peak times. That's the main affirmative case in this document. Hines said in the presentation that CFU was, quote, still working on it, end quote. The ability to signal miners to shut down and the legality of how fast they could send that signal. Let's all hope that CFU has worked it out since then. But here's what we do know. Simple Mining advertises a 98% uptime across all their locations. That's on their own homepage. Their own frequently asked questions section that was on their website, which is indexed by Google but was taken down, so they say, "We do load shed, but overall it is minimal compared to warmer climates like Texas," end quote. I believe I have this abbreviated, right? The USEIA projected that the crypto mining loads in Texas would only curtail for 10 hours out of the year. So I guess we'd expect Simple Mining to curtail even less than that per their own website. I'd love to see the data published on these curtailment mechanisms. And when we ask CFU to bring these items to the public hearing next session, I believe that's one thing that they should bring. the staff report states is contradicted by the person that, well, I said here to sell it to you. I assumed he'd be here tonight, but maybe he knows what I know, that he stood here and omitted where he worked, and he didn't want to face it. Before this commission recommends a citywide amendment built on that benefit, the public deserves to see the curtailment mechanism on paper with the response time, the legal authority, and its operational record in full. 3, he laid out how crypto mining operations desire to grow on a utility system. 5 megawatts as a starter package in the first year, which we heard their simple minings was lower. And they have a goal to 100 megawatt in 5 years. In his words, is a common statement from these companies. And he said something else. CFU's peak load is roughly 100 megawatts, which we've confirmed tonight. He said, these are his words, he said doubling or tripling the load of Bitcoin miners on the system, quote, was an absolutely ludicrous question 12 months ago. He then said he had a serious conversation considering just that the morning of his presentation in 2022. This is to the IAMU, if I have that abbreviated right. So now here we are 5 years later. It looks like we may be on schedule. I don't like to put out speculation on this plant, but when I found this presentation, I was genuinely hoping it would put my worries at bay. You're being asked to rezone the land for that plant and add to our system capacity until our old plant is retired and we don't have a date on it. I understand that's a hard date to give, but I think that's also something CFU should bring to the table. In the section of his presentation, he was laying out the risks. When he was laying out the risks of cryptocurrency, he compared it to tulip mania. Tulip mania is a 17th century Dutch bubble where tulip bulbs were once traded for the price of a house and then collapsed to next to nothing. He raised this comparison in front of a room on the webinar of the Iowa utility leaders that he was selling this business model to. The risks he disclosed, including tulip comparison, I assume are not in your staff report tonight. Shifting from that, this may be contrary to what Adam said just now. I want a word on economic development. Under Iowa law, computers are in the containers that a lot of simple mining operates in are taxed at next to zero. The electricity is sales tax exempt, and a traditional parcel on traditional industrial land would typically generate $150,000 to $570,000 a year in property tax. Crypto mining pays just the bare land value if they're in those transport containers. And on the jobs, 2 public analysis found that a typical crypto mine creates about 10 jobs per year. And if you look to the promises of these companies, you can look to Rockdale, Texas, where their community was promised over 300 jobs and they only got 14. Simple Mining is not hiding their strategy, though, when we're talking about taxes. On their own social media account, they answer the question, why does Simple Mining operate in Iowa? They say directly, sales tax exempt electricity for data processing, lower energy costs, better margins. What they're saying here is the sales tax exemption is the business model. They are here because we are simply cheap. One last pivot from me here today. I need to say this carefully. I spoke with an official who has direct experience with simple mining within our state. They didn't want to be quoted, so I'll speak to my understanding of our conversation. To put it plainly, we cannot trust that money hasn't been spread around in certain ways that keep important questions at bay. And apparently this is industry typical. I'll not say any more to that. So I have a couple asks to close this off. I have 2 asks to close this off. Consider recommending a moratorium to the council regarding all cryptocurrency mining operations. What I'm asking for is not unprecedented in this city. In 2005, Cedar Falls City Council enacted a 6-month moratorium on a multifamily development in the College Hill Overlay District because the council needed time to study the impact before allowing it. That moratorium was challenged in court, and the Iowa Supreme Court upheld it. The case is Giesler, I believe it's Giesler v. City Council of Cedar Falls. Cedar Falls itself has established the precedent that this city has the authority to slow down on the land use question when an issue is moving faster than the city can reasonably evaluate. I'm asking the commission to recommend that same authority tonight. 2, I do not recommend this text amendment or entertain one that allows crypto in the future. So it sounds like this, based off of what Karen said, this amendment may need to be amended in and of itself. The public has not asked for cryptocurrency mining to be permitted citywide. CFU itself, when the public pushed back on the site, withdrew the petition rather than fight it. If CFU will not stand behind crypto mining on a parcel they own, then this commission should not stand behind it on every industrial parcel in Cedar Falls. The people in this room tonight and the residents that live next to wherever the miners end up matter more than a private industry that has not made its case to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh.
Good evening. I'll keep this brief. I'm Jacob. I live at 306 Cedar Crest. I'll keep it brief because I don't want to repeat everything that everyone's already said. My concerns with the crypto mining are that is the amount of e-waste that is produced. Over time, people will replace their devices. This is normal. Most people replace their devices every 4 to 6 years. In mining, it is 1 to 2 years, and they wind up in the landfill. And as this happens, we might see more expansion. There was talk of expansion. We might get more expansion even in the same footprint, because as these processors become more powerful, they also suck up more heat, and they need more power. That generates more noise, and that generates more sound. And they don't have to rent any more cubes or concrete cubes to expand and use more power. They could do it by taking out what they have now and putting in more costly stuff. And I don't see much in there about what happens if there's another crypto crash and this whole thing goes belly up, and what happens to all this stuff inside. Are we stuck with it? I don't know. So that was all I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Jessie Vickers, 1531 Andover Court. This feels sort of like there's too much uncertainty here. I think that doing this is a terrible mistake. I don't think that we should allow this to happen. One of the things that I'd like to bring up is involving that closed loop system. They like to make it sound like it's safe, but it sounds to me, according to a brief search, there are impacts, negative impacts, metal waste, when we're talking about corrosion and deposition. So when there's a closed loop cooling system, while reducing water withdrawal, they suffer from significant negative impacts, including severe water corrosion and scaling due to contaminant buildup. They often require chemically concentrated blowdown water disposal, causing environmental liabilities. Additionally, these systems face high initial capital costs, potential for biofouling, and high electricity usage for pumps and chillers. We already have issues in this state with high cancer rates. I just don't see how any of this is good for Cedar Falls. It sounds sort of like a grift to me for our community, so I just wanted to throw that out there. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Hi there, my name's Noah Massey. I live at 1923 University Drive here in Cedar Falls. I've lived here for 5 years almost, and I hope to live here for much longer. I want to talk about the reasons that I am opposed to this data center and any data center, whether cryptocurrency or AI, and the concept of cryptocurrency mining here in Cedar Falls at all. I want to open by talking about something that Mr. Johnson brought up, and that was the difference between mining for cryptocurrency and mining for data. I want to clarify, I don't work in cryptocurrency, I work in cybersecurity. So while my knowledge is from a different field, it is still relevant. The difference between a cryptocurrency mining operation and a data center is solely that of scale. Cryptocurrency is mined using computers to complete algorithms. They're doing complex math to use energy, which then creates fake money. A data center is a loan word from AI data centers, which do process data. A crypto mining data center only processes data insofar as it completes these algorithms. So the specifics here are that the current cryptocurrency mining operation can become a data center as soon as technology advances to the point that they can do large-scale computations in the small area that they have. The question of a data center is not if, but when, if we allow this in Cedar Falls. Moving on, I want to talk about infrasound. Infrasound is a noise that is below the range of human hearing and is produced by data centers. Infrasound is still felt by humans even if we can't hear it, and has a broad variety of dangerous effects. Research from Sydney University and researchers from the UK have both conducted studies demonstrating that infrasound can impact the nervous system. It can cause feelings of sorrow, fear, and motion sickness. Infrasound has also been linked to increased feelings of annoyance, fatigue, disturbed sleep, tinnitus, and in extreme cases, lung collapse. When compared to audible sound, infrasound travels farther. My knowledge of the current proposal with simple mining requires that the facility be at least 1,000 feet from residential areas. Infrasound can travel hundreds of thousands of feet. This evening, we've heard several residents speak on concerns about energy usage, air pollution, noise pollution, and water usage. Regarding water usage, data centers can consume up to 5 million gallons of water per day. In response to these concerns, Simple Mining has pointed to their use of a closed-loop water system, as the speaker before me mentioned. I also did some research. If I can do research and find this out, Simple Mining knows. A closed-loop water cooling system sounds nice, but is deceptively named. This system uses 2 loops. The loop closest to the machine is a closed loop. It cycles water that soaks up the heat from the machine and then is cooled by more water. That water is part of an open loop. This open loop consumes 60% of the water that it is provided. A closed-loop water cooling system gives the illusion of sustainability, and Simple Mining relies on this as a counterargument for all concerns levied against them. The system, however, is inefficient at fixing the one thing it is designed to fix, and that is water consumption. Any partnership between a community and a company like this needs to be built on trust, and the foundation of trust is honesty. As another speaker mentioned, Matt Hine, the Simple Mining Director of Energy and Site Development, has claimed that they are open and honest about what they do. This is simply not true. According to Cedar Falls Utilities, who Hine used to work for, Simple Mining outright lied to the public about a partnership that has never existed. That's unacceptable. This company makes sweeping claims about safety, lower water and energy consumption, and community service, community assistance, relying on trust that they quite frankly have not earned, that they have betrayed. Simple Mining has proven themselves to be untrustworthy. We have been given no reason to believe them over the mountains of research and evidence against their claims. The city's leadership has an obligation to protect the health, the safety, and the wellness of the residents of Cedar Falls and of our families. This project compromises all 3. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Scott Frericks. I live at 113 Main Street. I am a networking and systems engineer, and I've been in IT my whole life. There are 3 lines of argument, I think, that are equally effective in taking this down. The environmental, I'm going to gloss over the first 2 because I think most people cover them. The environmental impact, obviously this is going to poison our air and a little bit potentially our water. The environmental, or the economic impact, now it's possible that CFU has figured out the magic agreement where we will give them electricity at reduced cost. They will use about half of our electricity, and somehow we will not be subsidizing them. They will pay for all of that, and then if they go away, we won't lose money there either. Maybe that's true. All sorts of cities have made those kinds of agreements. Most of them find out they're wrong. The third argument, and really the one that I think is the most effective here, is the moral argument. This is a business that produces nothing for nobody. It does not produce anything. No service is rendered, no community member is served. We heard from CFU talk about how it provides value to the community. There's no value here. We don't get anything out of this. We heard the guy talk about the jobs he's providing. I looked up the jobs they provide. They hire computer monkeys because that's what they need. They're hiring $15 an hour guys to fix their computers because they don't need guys to be the cerebral brain. They have 10,000 of the same machine. They need a guy to fix it for cheap. This is a gambling company, functionally. Bitcoin, as far as it functionally exists, is a casino token. It's a digital casino token. You can't buy anything with it. You can't do anything with it. The only thing you can do with it, and the only thing these guys are going to do with it, is either hold on to it and hope it's worth more later, or trade it in for money. It's a casino token. And if the house goes tits up, well, casino token's not worth anything. I mean, we're gambling that they're going to make money. So, functionally, this business model only works if they have low electricity prices. If they pay the same per kilowatt hour cost that I pay, it would not be a viable business model. They require subsidized electricity to function. Functionally, to summarize what we're doing here, we are going to, as a city, buy a bunch of fuel or buy a bunch of electricity, burn that, build a new power plant, burn that in the power plant, hire people to run there, buy all this fuel, poison the atmosphere. We're going to buy a bunch of expensive computers. We're going to run them as hard as we can. We're going to allocate the land, and the only thing anybody gets out of this is Adam gets a casino token he can gamble with. And functionally, I don't see where that gives any value to our community. That provides nothing to us. Any other business in that same area, or no business at all, would be more valuable. That being said, I've worked in data centers for years. Data centers are not inherently bad. This data center is inherently bad. We should oppose any and all crypto data centers in our community. They do not help us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, you guys. Good to see you again. Last time I was here, I started my little speech by reiterating that I was not a scientist, I didn't know a lot, and I presented a lot of quotes from you guys because I do think it's very important to see how it's affecting the entire nation. We've heard about this. It's progressing incredibly rapidly, as they're saying, and I do think that's really important. Again, I would love to repeat again that I'd love to see a moratorium for crypto mining and data centers, but would just still like to discuss what's being seen across the nation and further effects of mining. So a couple more quotes for you guys. Hope you don't mind too much. From a 2022 article, 2022 Times article titled Fact-Checking 8 Claims About Crypto's Climate Impact, Jonathan Kumi, a researcher who has been studying information technology and energy use for more than 30 years, says there's a structural incentive for the entire system to get less efficient over time. He's referring to the fact that generally, Bitcoin miners are forced to solve harder and harder puzzles over time to keep the blockchain functioning, and the computing power to work through these tasks requires increasing amounts of energy. Another article from a USA Today article in 2026 titled Wisconsin Data Center Water Use Raises Environmental Concerns. In a closed-loop system, water must be flushed periodically because water quality can degrade and cooling chemicals can break down over time. Water will also need to be added from time to time to replace losses from evaporation or leaks. If the water discharged to a wastewater treatment plant contained any chemical, like a coolant, that information would have to be disclosed to the wastewater treatment plant so it can be treated. However, many data centers do not disclose the types of cooling chemicals used, saying they are proprietary. Closed-loop systems require much less water than once through systems such as evaporative cooling, but they use more electricity to maintain cooling. Fossil fuel sources such as coal and natural gas, as well as nuclear power plants, use a lot of water to generate electricity. So even though we heard last week that minimum water is used, apparently just from toilet usage, and that they were currently one of CFU's top customers, indirect water usage does still appear to be an issue for crypto mining, which I would argue is a non-necessary action, as was just discussed. One other point I do want to really come back to is we saw some proposals that were made for future crypto mining, if you guys don't want to discuss the moratorium. Another quote from a 2021 Montana Public Radio article titled Missoula County Cryptocurrency Mining Regulations Could Become National Model. Missoula County implemented zoning policies that says companies must discard electronic waste through recycling firms approved by the Montana Department of Environmental Quality and generate new renewable energy to make up for that energy that they took off the markets. Again, I talked last time a lot about the e-waste that Bitcoin provides, or I'm sorry, that crypto mining does provide. A lot of concerns with it in regards to water usage, noise complaints we've heard about, even from current customers and current companies in the area, e-waste, all those different things like that. So again, what I mentioned last time is we're talking about all these mitigations that we can provide for what may come up in the future. But again, a mitigation is still a mitigation. There's still harm being provided. And I've heard and read from a lot of concerns from community members, friends, families, people I don't know. No one seems to be really seeing a lot of good that can come from this other than the money, and I really don't think that's how we should operate, just seeing the money that can be provided here. I don't think it's helpful, I don't think it's useful, and I don't think this is something that's going to be necessary for your future, so something that we're going to be proud of in the future either. Thank you very much. Oh, Laura Roman, 204 Magnolia Drive. Sorry about that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi there. My name is Brittany McNamara, and I live at 4818 Algonquin Drive, number 2. And I just want to start off saying that I appreciate Susan Abernathy for sharing her concerns, as I shared them as well. Fort Worth, Texas, Danby, New York, Dryden, New York, Waynesville, North Carolina, Hawkins County, Tennessee, Bangor, Maine, Monterey Park, California. These are just some of the areas on a growing list that have banned or implemented a moratorium on cryptocurrency mining or AI data centers. Go them. Instead of pursuing opportunities to move forward with zoning and ordinance amendments, the first question I would like to see the city addressing is, do we want these industries in our community? That said, I would like to see the commission close the loophole and not allow cryptocurrency mining to continue further. No environmental impact and public impact studies have been done. No utility rate and grid impact studies have been done. No economic and equity analysis has been done. No CFU cost of service has been done, or at least been shared with residents. Just a city-paid consultant that presented her recommendation of zoning and ordinance changes. And when the city said that they visited a crypto mining site in Manchester, Iowa, what a coincidence that Sipple Mining has a hydro-cooled mining facility there. It appears the city and CFU might be assuming that residents want this in our community. Myself, many others I've talked with, and a lot of folks here tonight do not want these operations in Cedar Falls. I do not see the need to spend more money on studies, either by the city or CFU, when we already know what the result will be from the community. No. As a Cedar Falls resident, I'm disappointed that our city did not do their due diligence researching a new industry from the start. As Karen Howard said on March 25th in the P&Z meeting, we didn't know what we were permitting and what the actual use was, referencing the 2021 year when mining first came to town. I'm disappointed that our city did not do their due diligence in 2023 when Sipple Mining bought land in the industrial park and built their headquarters in the light industrial zoned district. And I'm disappointed that our city is still not doing their due diligence by going back to the basics and first questioning whether residents want this here or not, prior to paying for anything related to this. While communities across the country are actively stopping or banning these industries, it is difficult to understand why our city is entertaining further mining. As much as CFU wants to say that the miners can shut down during peak usage, I'm concerned that mining is also a Trojan horse that will lead to mining operations pivoting to data centers, and those data centers cannot be powered down. It's becoming known that as Bitmining goes down in value operations, they are pivoting. And I just want to point out that Adam Haynes recently shared on his LinkedIn profile that they have multiple powered sites running from 20 megawatts to 100 megawatts. And they have, I quote, 250 megawatts coming online over the next 12 months. These sites are well positioned for Bitcoin mining, AI, HPC workloads, modular data center buildouts. If you're looking for capacity, let's connect, end quote. And at the March 25th P&Z meeting, Matt Hine, employee of Simple Mining, gave feedback on the consultant's proposal. And tonight, Adam Haynes did as well. Both are wanting relaxed ordinances. We are naive to think that mining will just stay mining. Finally, it has been proposed that a closed-loop hydro cooling system would be allowed. Has anyone researched what else might be added to the water to prevent the system failure? And in my research, I found that chemicals can include antifreeze known as propylene glycol or ethylene glycol, corrosion inhibitors such as nitrates, molybdates, and azoles, biocides, and pH adjusters. years? What about the forever chemicals known as PFAS that can leach into the water from system components? Does the cooling system need to be flushed? If so, where does this contaminated water go? What effect does this have on our water treatment infrastructure and our drinking water? Also, what about emissions regulations? I haven't heard much talk on that. Our city can emit only so many emissions. Is there enough to balance residential need, standard commercial needs, and mining needs? And I understand it's a balancing act, but if it's allowed, mining will double or even triple the city's power demand, as stated by Matt Hein in his 2022 cryptocurrency mining presentation. I'm concerned that there will be little room for other economic and job growth while staying under these emissions regulations. So based on the things that I've shared here tonight and what you can find researching these industries, I want these mining and data centers kept out of our community. These industries have serious, widespread impacts on the communities they build in, both known and yet to be discovered. If you give these industries an inch, they'll take you 10 miles. Residents ultimately foot the bill with their wallet and their health, and I do not believe the juice is worth the squeeze. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Chad Walsh. I reside at 6701 Strayer Road. And my question tonight is more directed towards Simple Mining. Just researching their company and how they operate. What I understand is most of their business model is hosting. So I'm just wondering if they can come take a moment and speak on what hosting is, how that works for their customers, how that works for Simple Mining, how that's a profitable business model. And I was just hoping that Simple Mining could just have a moment to just speak on that, just so we can get a little bit more information on what Simple Mining actually does. Thank you.
Thank you. And
I was just going to touch on quite a few questions.
yeah, please, at the end would be great. Yeah, that I think that's great. I don't think it'll be too much more all night. We'll see. But that would probably be the most efficient if Simple Mining could respond to a few things all in once. That's usually how we do it.
Hello, my name is David Olson, 1813 West 8th Street. Thank you so much for having this. Kamyar touched on it, and I'm also proud that we are participating in city government. This is an important thing, and it's really cool that Cedar Falls does it and does it in earnest. So I'm thankful to be a part of that. I'm also thankful for all of the really informative presentations we've had today from CFU, some really interesting data and some ratios that kind of stand out to me. I've lived in the Cedar Valley for my whole life. My family has been here for a century at this point. Cancer runs in my family, and it runs in my son's mother's family too. So he's got it on both sides. He's 12, he's at Holmes right now, and I love him very much, and I'm concerned for him and his future. I'm worried about the fact that according to the numbers that CFU shared, right now Simple Mining is roughly half of our energy usage. If that's, am I getting that number? I feel like that was touched on, that it was roughly, yeah. If that's the case, then that means that whatever carcinogens were output by our normal energy usage, by the coal that we inevitably have to burn, the natural gas that we inevitably need to use when renewables are not available, that's been doubled by their presence alone in this city. That alone gives me a lot of pause, and I hope it gives you some pause too. I'm really worried about what the environmental impact is of Simple Mining, and I don't see the benefit to the community, only the profit that is going upward to a few people, not the average person in Cedar Falls. I would urge us to all consider an outright ban for cryptocurrency and data centers altogether. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Amber Porter, 2125 Barkwood Drive. I'm a Cedar Falls High School grad, a UNI grad, and a homeowner in the Meadows neighborhood. I married my high school sweetheart, and now we have 2 young boys. We chose to stay in Cedar Falls because Cedar Falls has always felt stable, transparent, and community focused. That's why the situation has been so frustrating and so concerning. While I appreciate the shift to make the land public, my concerns aren't gone. The proposed text amendments would still allow cryptocurrency operations elsewhere in the city, which means that this could happen again. What's been most troubling is the lack of transparency. The mayor told me Simple Mining has been in talks with the city for over a year about expanding in the industrial park. Yet the public only found out a few days before the first meeting, and most of us through KCRG. There have also been conflicting statements about whether the plan was to sell them or lease them the land after this zoning had passed, if it had passed. When you combine that with past efforts of CFU employees to promote crypto expansion, it raises real questions about how this was handled and whether there was preferential treatment. At minimum, this deserves an independent review. I understand the March 25th P&Z meeting was the first official part of the process, but for something like this, earlier and more proactive communication matters. People should be brought in while ideas are still forming, not after plans are already taking shape. It's clear many residents have concerns, and it's hard not to wonder if earlier involvement could have prevented us from being in this position, where trust now feels compromised. I also want to speak to the environmental impact. As residents, especially here during Earth Week, we're encouraged to do small things, plant trees, pick up trash, reduce our footprint, and we all try our best. But projects like large crypto facilities operate at a scale that can outweigh those individual efforts, and it's very discouraging. While crypto farms may create some jobs, having crypto and data centers in our city isn't a flex. There's a reason they struggle to secure locations all around the country. I don't think anyone here is particularly thrilled we allowed 3 crypto locations that contradict current zoning ordinances. And instead of apologizing and correcting that, you're looking to both expand and make those 3 facilities allowable in the same text amendments. Please consider that by having them here, other companies and people will stay away and move away. And for what? I have still yet to see or hear any concrete benefit of allowing them here at all. Moving forward, I urge you to reject or revise the text amendments to prohibit crypto in large-scale data centers, ensure existing operations are held accountable, especially for noise, and focus on rebuilding trust and transparency. CFU mentioned our rates would be higher if their current operations weren't here. So already what happens to us if they left tomorrow? A large hike? So then what would happen to us if we allowed 100 more megawatts in this town, if not more? The only thing I'm for in those text amendments was reducing the decibel levels for sound so that even their current operations would have to reduce by 5 decibels. I believe that's what it said. This past month has been stressful and anxiety-producing for many of us here today, but it's also shown how powerful our community's voice can be, and I hope you continue to listen to it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Ethan Hughes from 1815 Coleridge Road. I want to talk about the lack of value in cryptocurrency and the danger it presents. This is not building machinery, growing food, or providing any benefit in our lives. Cryptocurrency is a speculative asset that is poorly regulated and dangerous, rife with fraud and abuse. The only thing I can find it being used for is criminal activity. The biggest selling point is it's untraceable, used to get around international sanctions and launder money for fraud, insider trading, and bribery. All this to pollute our air and water. I see no benefit to cryptocurrency in Cedar Falls. This is not something we want in our community.
Thank you.
Hi, Mark Stocker, 5324 Red Oak Lane. Thank you guys for listening to the community, and thank you for the community to bring up all these amazing points. It's amazing that we can come out here and represent ourselves. After the last meeting, my wife and I created a petition with 1,600 signatures. 70% of them are local. So I just wanted to bring that up. And to me, I haven't heard a single person who wants this in our community. And that's the biggest thing to me is I feel like the community has spoken and all these people have talked today. I haven't heard a single for, except for the people that work for Simple Mining. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello again.
I'm Grace, 5016 Cohen Court in Cedar Falls, and I'm not going to repeat a lot of the things that everybody else has said, but I'd like it noted that I do second everything that everybody's already said against crypto mining. And just before I get into what I wanted to talk about, there's a couple things. I know there was something included at the very end of the packet agenda today, pages 145 to 171 from Steve Ephraim. If everybody watching hasn't read that, you definitely should. I'm sure you guys all have. But he had some specific memorandum requests, I guess in addition to the amendment, or maybe instead of the amendment. I do appreciate that the amendment defines defines crypto mining, but I think it should also define data center. He outlines that really well in his text, so I won't spend a lot of time doing that. But he does offer including grandfathering in the existing cryptocurrencies, and I did read through the proposed zoning ordinance text, and I did not see any maximum service capacity outlined there, but I think that's definitely something we should do, because where we're saying they can't expand, it sounds like CFU has to, and it's kind of on the honor system for CFU to tell the city that they're requesting more. So I think if we're not going to do a moratorium or anything, I think we should implement some hard caps for their maximum electrical service capacity, and require annual operating reports confirming that all zoning permit requirements are being met. I'll get into a little bit more of that in just a second. And then as far as kind of that notification system that seems kind of not reliable, I guess, as far as I'm concerned. I think having something like a hardware change notification requirement, which he also outlines in there, would provide guardrails and opportunity for the community and this committee and also the city council to prevent those steps that would then convert it to a data center. So implementing some of that stuff in our language, I think right now would be good if we're not going to do a total moratorium. For the record, I am for a total moratorium until we have some time. Is it 6 months? Is it 12 months? I think it's too soon to be putting a lot of this into our zoning code. I did want to spend some time just highlighting some of the comments that were also in the packet from Simple Mining, because I found some of them interesting. They said they offer the following comments in a spirit of collaboration with the goal of helping the city adopt an ordinance that protects the community while remaining practical, enforceable, and durable over time. I won't read you the whole thing. I've got some pieces highlighted. They do make one claim a couple different times that I highlighted, that there are existing data centers. Again, they use the term data center and cryptocurrency mining interchangeably, and I think that's on purpose to muddy the waters and understanding, because those are not necessarily just the same, but on different scales. They obviously do require different operating procedures and all sorts of things that are not exactly the same. So it is frustrating that they seem to purposely be conflating the two terms. And so, again, kind of to the point of explicitly defining them in our code would be good. But they said facilities have been running for years, in some cases decades, and I quote, without causing issues for the community or the utility. I'm pretty sure that was proven wrong in the March 25th one, because there's that other company that said he sits 9 hours a day. I think it's you, right? 8 hours a day in the humming and stuff. So without issues, categorically false. And then they want to make it more generalized and not define cryptocurrency and cryptocurrency mining, again, with the conflating of the two terms. They said, under overly narrow definitions, a facility could become non-conforming overnight simply because the technology it uses doesn't match the terminology in the code. oh dear, you might have to do some more legal work and permits to be able to function. How terrible. They say we strongly encourage the adoption of data center as an approved principal use classification rather than creating a special purpose cryptocurrency mine category. Because I don't know if you guys read all of this, maybe everybody watching didn't, but Iowa actually has a sales tax exemption for data centers for 10 years where they would not have to pay money for to our community, which Steve Ephraim calculated as almost $500,000 a year. So 10 years, $500,000 a year of money that we wouldn't be getting if they're called a data center, because then they'd be able to get that tax exemption. So smart on their account. They said they don't want to. They don't want to do the 3 years of post-construction noise studies because, and I quote, it creates a significant and ongoing compliance cost that is not imposed on any other permitted use. And monitoring should be, and I quote, complaint-driven or triggered by documented evidence of a violation, not a blank annual mandate. You know, I've worked in corporate America for almost 20 years. I really hate to say that because that does make me older than I think that I am in my head, but we don't promise to make tractors that are safe and quality without anybody checking on us. So it's not a we promise to make safe tractors and we're only going to really do anything if somebody complains about it. That's not how that works. So it's absolutely laughable that they would put that in writing that it should be complaint driven. So I just wanted that on the record. That's not how companies work. Or at least they shouldn't. And just one more thing. I don't think the 500 and 1,000 feet setbacks are near enough. I know some of the other people have commented on that and how far the noise travels and stuff, but they said the 1,000 foot setback from residential district boundaries, not individual resident uses, but the entire district boundary, is, and I quote, extraordinarily restrictive and may render much of the industrial zone land in Cedar Falls effectively unusable for this use. I think that's the point. Okay, one other thing that I wanted to mention that they commented on, they don't want us to specify mandating this closed-loop cooling system that they keep advertising. They said that mandating a specific coding technology and zoning code is problematic. Cooling technology is evolving rapidly. There are and will be many viable and quiet options. So they're really focusing on the noise, and they said they should, everything is already covered by, the noise provisions and the utility service agreements, but they don't mention at all the water and energy consumptions that go along with that. It's like obfuscation purposely to mislead people who maybe haven't done as much work as everybody who's made comments here. Okay, I just have one more screenshot. They were concerned with the community outreach portion. So I know everybody will love this. However, the specific procedural requirement here, mandated mailed notices within 500 feet, posted signage 10 days in advance, attendance by a decision maker, and submittal of sign-in sheets and meeting minutes go well beyond what is required for any other permitted industrial use. Existing data centers in Cedar Falls industrial parks were not subject to these requirements and have operated for years. Again, this is in some cases decades without community conflict. So they don't want to let people know because everything's been going great, which isn't true. So I don't know how they can put all this on the internet, which is forever, and now on the record because I said it, and it'll be in a YouTube video, which people are much more likely to watch than read. So that's all I wanted to do. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
My name is Mitch Dowell. I live at 1609 Grandview Court, and I just have a general statement to make. When it comes to matters of harm, we should make decisions according to the reach of said harm. If a driver crashes their car, they may cause harm to one person, maybe a few, but all drivers in Iowa need to take a course and pass a driving exam to be allowed to drive around. If a commercial airline pilot crashes a plane, they may cause harm to a few hundred people. And wisely, we vet our pilots significantly more than we do our drivers. If the byproducts of a business stand to cause small amounts of harm, but over time it accumulates to thousands of people, it seems that we need to do a bit more due diligence. Thank you.
Thank you.
Me again. I wanted to speak to, I guess, an experience I had at CFU. There is currently, I guess, functionally a small data center in Technology Parkway that functions for, if I remember correctly, internet traffic. If you do ever consider recommending a moratorium, or if the council considers some kind of referendum to ban crypto mining and data center usage, this is obviously one that should probably be permitted because there's a lot of routing of infrastructure through that. So if that is a consideration that you guys do take home with you, don't let this one location that I'm speaking to stop you. Maybe this could be an exemption. To the rule that I asked you to put forward earlier. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening. So my name is Alex Hotz. I'm at 1134 Grand. And yeah, just to speak to sort of data centers becoming much more of a mainstream word now. It's in the news a lot more. We've had existing data centers in the Cedar Valley that aren't like the data centers that are being built now. Primarily, they're small, referred to as like co-location sites where you can host routing equipment and computing equipment in a center that has more reliable power or more reliable connections than you would have at another site. What a AI data center or a cryptocurrency data center does is just burn resources for effectively no community value. It doesn't provide any service. It doesn't do anything for us. It simply consumes resources to concentrate wealth upward in whatever company manages those types of data centers. Yeah, the small one over on Technology Parkway that's been there for however long, that's not what people mean anymore, really, when they talk about data centers. The current definition has moved more to like Meta and Google's version of data centers that are incredibly large complexes that, yeah, would just overwhelm the utility structure of a community this small. But even with the small cryptocurrency operations that we have in operation, between the two of them, they make up about half of our energy usage. So the idea of scaling that usage even more, unless we're going to become much more populous very, very quickly, they're just going to become a larger and larger percentage of all of our usage and are going to start dictating more and more decisions about our utility usage going forward. That's all I have. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Terry Wellman. I live in the Meadows subdivision on Meadowlark Lane, so I overlook the pond over to the church. I just have a very short statement for all of you to think about. Everybody knows Dr. Ian Malcolm, the chaotist in the Jurassic Park series, right? Known for his cynical and witty commentary on humanity's hubris and scientific irresponsibility. His quotes often highlight the dangers of disrupting nature and the unpredictability of systems. My favorite line, your scientists got so wrapped up in if they could, they never stopped to think whether they should. So I just want you to consider that, and I can see in everybody's faces that you have been. I support a moratorium for some period of time on these sorts of industries. States and communities across the country are putting stops on these. We can too. And I appreciate all of your listening, and I know it's been a really long night. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brett Jaden, 4127 Mary Hill Drive, and the owner of Air King Filtration at 2800 Technology Parkway. I don't know if everybody else has to go to the bathroom as bad as I do, but my goodness, what a night. Anyway, appreciate all the time that the commission has put into this, and as it's evolved, I appreciate all the residents coming forth with their concerns, their input. It's valuable for our community, obviously. Others have addressed a lot of things as far as the environmental impacts, energy, and whatnot. Appreciate hearing what CFU had to say about things as well. I'm going to focus specifically on the noise in the building requirements of any form of cryptocurrency consideration that way. Our business is located directly across the street from Simple Mining. I'm probably the one person in the community that can attest to the effects of the noise pollution that takes place as a result of this on a daily basis. Our front door is 200 feet from the property line of Simple Mining. On an ongoing basis, the noise level runs between 67 and 68 decibels at the property line, the threshold being 65 maximum. Not quite there. We've been working on it, trying to improve on things, and this is with the air-cooled system that's currently in place. At our front door, the decibel reading is about 55 decibels. To give you a little bit of context on that, I'll get into a little bit more detail here in a minute. The water-cooled option that is being considered, larger fans, they run slower, they're not as loud. Fantastic. I realize some people have pointed out maybe some downsides of that. I'm, again, focused primarily on the noise issue from this standpoint. One bit of context on this would be that here recently, last Friday, actually Simple Mining has been powering down a little bit, specifically with their fans. They're changing out some equipment and whatnot. So that's reduced the noise level. This entire week, we've had no fans running across the street. I love it. I could spend the night out there and camp in the front yard. It's a godsend. But as of Friday, there was a little bit of equipment running within their facility. I'm guessing miners, some supplemental equipment as well. At the property line, it measured between 50 and 52 decibels. Fantastic. 15 decibels below what the threshold of 65 would be. Now, for those that don't know, a 10 decibel reduction in the volume or the level of noise is about half. So from 65 to 55 is cutting it in half. At our front door, as I previously mentioned, at the higher level was at 55. We were down to 45 decibels. Great, fantastic. However, this brought forward a little bit of a different take on things. As I went back into my office and I sat at my desk 200 feet across the street from this, I'm still experiencing the low-level, persistent, low-frequency machine hum all the time at 45 decibels at our front yard and 50 decibels at the property line. That being what is referred to as a pure tone, that continuous noise, is as much as of a concern, if not more so, than a decibel reading. Your decibel reading at the CFU facility and what they gave was 45 decibels in the distance, exactly what we had at our front door. The hum is what drives you crazy. It is persistent, it's always there, and it never stops. So there's concern there. As it relates to what Codametrics, I believe was the name of the company that brought forth some information previously, has suggested 60 decibels at the property line. Great. It's a great reduction. But again, we're focused on decibels. I realize this changes code throughout the city on everything. There's a lot there, but that pure tone, consistent, low level, low frequency noise is something that I feel needs to be addressed as well. The other thing I want to talk about is the aesthetics of any building that would come into play. I talked about it a little bit at the last meeting. We just need to make sure if something were to move forward, we have the same criteria or better criteria in place for these people that we were held to. A great looking building in a fantastic industrial park and not two-story container structures that cannot be hidden by an 8-foot fence, by shrubs, by greenery. That does nothing. That 8-foot fence does not act as a sound barrier of any sort as well. Sound is going to travel over top of it. The current mining location has their fans 20 to 25 feet elevated on the top of their building. Heat rises, that's where you need to exhaust the heat out of the building. An 8-foot fence will do absolutely nothing to reduce that noise level. The 500 to 1,000 foot distance that was talked about, I feel needs to be strongly reconsidered as well. So these are a few of my concerns. There's a lot of other concerns amongst the community that I know you guys are well aware of. I just feel that whatever we do, and I think the community has made it pretty well known what they want to do, at least those here, we need to be the best possible advocates for Cedar Falls. If we're going to hold people to high standards to build and to do business here, we need to hold ourselves to that high standard as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, I'm Joshua Schmidtke. I live on 702 State Street. I was not planning on talking tonight, so this is ad lib. I also am just not very comfortable up on stages, so forgive me if I'm trembly, rambly, whatever. I want to talk about something that nobody seemed to address yet tonight, and I also apologize to all of your bladders. And that is the affordability of home computing and how this relates to it. I'm not really a tech expert, but I am definitely a computer hobbyist. And I guess I'll just ask real quick, how many of you are tech savvy? How many of you really like using your computers, laptops, cell phones? Okay, so based on what somebody else was saying earlier about some of the social media posts of the person in charge of this company that we're talking about, definitely supporting of AI data centers, wanting to get into that, if not already into that, and that presents a very large problem for the affordability of home computing, namely in that these AI data centers are extremely computationally intensive on a scale of nothing that we have ever seen before in history. And the materials used to make these data centers are the same materials that are used to make all the components for all the fancy electronic gadgets that you guys like to use at homes. And that would be things like your RAM, your storage, specifically like SSDs and other kinds of flash storage, GPUs, which is how your computers make fancy images on their screens, really intense fancy images. And the advent of AI data centers has caused spikes on prices for these components in the multiples of hundreds of percentages. For example, there are kits of RAM that just last year were only like $120 that are now over $800. And we're seeing something similar happen to GPUs because a lot of the computational tasks that are acquired by AI are very well handled by GPUs. And then flash storage, there's just a lot of data to store for these facilities. But as this continues and as these become more prevalent, that price is going to spike if it's not a bubble and it collapses in a few years. That means that all of your cell phones, all your laptops, all of your computers, if you have smart fridges or whatever other smart device that's unnecessary to put on a home appliance is going to become more expensive over time, and we're already seeing it. Another big issue that's causing this price spike is that the infrastructure to support these things doesn't really exist yet. There's a lot of promises being made on the capabilities here and on what they're going to require, but the components for supporting all of it don't even exist yet. I mean, I guess that's really all I have to say. There's a shortage going on now because of this, and other people that make your devices and the pieces for your devices are no longer making the pieces for your devices at the scale they were. They're making it for what this guy's doing. I think it's a different one. And I think we should be against that, not only for Cedar Falls, but for the sake of the entire nation. That way the general populace has access to affordable home computing. It's just something that is more important over time as the internet becomes more and more part of our lives. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Dan Isbell. I live at 5402 Meadowlark Lane here in Cedar Falls. Moved here about 6 years ago and chose this community largely for bike trails. But I enjoy very much the perception that I think is pretty accurate that Cedar Falls is a pretty progressive community. And it's usually trying to be in the forefront in a wise way with what's going on broadly in other communities. Earlier tonight, I came just to hear what people had to say. I didn't know much about cryptocurrency or crypto mining, and I wanted to hear as much as I could from both sides. But one of the people who spoke earlier tonight made just an offhand comment that cancer ran in his family. And as I listened to more and more about how cryptocurrency mining doesn't really do anything for the community, it's just got to be located somewhere and near a utility, and it's going to have some impact on anybody close by, anybody downstream, and then the broad community. You could think of us as almost like, it's like we are the body politic. Each one of us is like a cell in this community. And something came into the community 5 years ago, and it took hold, and it started out small, 5 megawatts. And now, 5 years later, it's 45 megawatts, and it wants to get bigger. It wants nothing but to get bigger. This is just like cancer. This is a tumor. You understand what I'm saying? It doesn't do anything for the body politic. It only takes. Eventually it starts to crowd things out. I don't mean physically, the footprint of the thing, but look what it's already done to the utilities. And this is just at the beginning. It's been diagnosed. The community says, there's a problem here. We have a tumor, and it's growing, and it wants to grow bigger. We've got to do what? Well, what do we do when we have a diagnosis of a tumor? I think you know what we do.
Thank you.
Everybody. It's got to be a record. Thanks everyone for your time here tonight. I wrote down a few of the questions, and if there's any others, I'd be happy to answer them quickly so we can, wrap this up. A question on hosting. What is it? We're simply running computers for customers. This is a global industry, and there's about 25 gigawatts of demand globally for Bitcoin mining. We represent just a very, very small portion of that. So anybody around the world that is looking to run equipment, we help them do that. It's It's really simple as the name implies. There's a comment on the data center that got mentioned. There's been a data center in the technology park since 2004. I believe that was when that was built. The noise issue that was previously mentioned at our existing facility in 2015, we have permanently resolved that. We've been doing some ongoing efforts. We spent tens of thousands of dollars on different mitigation solutions, and it was really only a substantial issue with the warmer weather. When the weather gets warmer, the fans naturally increase the speed, which caused a higher noise. So we resolved that just last Friday and have permanently removed all of that infrastructure and moving towards the hydro-cooled infrastructure, which is our proposal. That infrastructure is much, much, much quieter and would conform with the existing noise ordinance. And we are in an industrial park, and it is an industrial type of operation. On the hydro-cooled solution, there's been some comments related to water usage. It is completely closed loop. You could limit us to 100 gallons of water per month for bathrooms and whatnot, and that's what it would be. We have water restrictions at some of the other communities that we've worked with across the state, so we have no issues there. It's a biodegradable corn-based cooling solution that you can dump on the ground, and there's no EPA requirements for reporting for spill. We have no emissions outside of hot air. There's some commentary there. We just have computers that are running, and those computers, just like this computer right here, is emitting hot air. That's the emissions that we have, is hot air coming from the machines. On the notion that we only take, I just want to reemphasize the jobs that we have. Simple Mining has about 75 total employees. We are one of the largest taxpayers to the city of Cedar Falls, and we have contributed millions of dollars of CFU, which has helped stabilize rates for all CFU customers. So.
Those in the public, please refrain from commenting. If you would like to make a comment, we'll have time for you to come to the microphone. Thank you.
I think I got most of the questions that everybody had, but I'm happy to answer if there's any additional questions. If not, thanks again for the time. Appreciate it. So.
I did just want to double check because he just said he had a question, and I made him wait all night. So I just want to make sure his got covered.
No, so my question pertains to the hosting. Online, it looks like there's just a straight rate depending on the electricity you use, and I'm assuming with that straight rate there's profit involved. So I guess that's kind of what I'm trying to clarify is you just make money on the margins of the difference in what CFU charges you and what you charge your customer?
Yeah, we can't resell electricity. It's just it's equivalent rate essentially. So yeah, that's how any data center makes business.
Okay, so on that point, as he stated, you can't resell electricity. So if the business model of hosting is solely charging your customer the kilowatt hour rate at a fixed rate, how are they doing that and making a profit? They're making a profit on reselling the electricity. They're making profit on upselling it. As you know, reselling electricity for profit is prohibited. If there's no other billable on their hosting, how else are you making money? If it's only off the electricity used, that's not a pass-through expense. And to go on to that deeper, I tried to split a property into two uses, and per city staff and per CFU, they wanted to require me to have a separate meter for each one of those tenants. Why do I have to have individual metering and he does not? I think they're miscommunicating how they make profit. I think they make profit according to their website on upselling electricity, and I think that is a bad look. That is on Cedar Falls Utilities property. If that is inaccurate, I apologize, but I don't know how else you could interpret what they have on their website. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments at all?
Hi there. figured I'd come back since y'all sent your cop out there to shut us up. Is Mr. Haynes on the video? Yes, he is. I want anyone watching from home to look at that man and look at that face. That is the face of a man.
I would prefer if we don't get into those kind of personal attacks. This is about the city meeting and the
Simple
zoning.
Mining, quite frankly, does not care if we get cancer. The response has been regarding noise pollution and what hosting is. It has not been about anything else. It has not been about air pollution. It has not been about the cancer rates. It has not been about infrasound. It has not been about the misleading name of a closed-loop cooling system. I understand that Mr. Haynes stands to make a lot of money. I also understand that we stand to die. I hope you make the right decision. Thank you.
I'm Laura O'Brien. I live at 1927 Eric Road, and I just appreciate everyone's time and everyone that's said something reflecting what the community has to share. One thing that I noticed that hasn't been brought up, obviously human life is very valuable in our health, but the neighborhood I live in now, it's amazing how much wildlife is out there, and people ride their bikes around there too, and one of my concerns is this constant hum, and noise pollution too could just affect the animals that find habitat there. I saw 2 great horned owls the other week, and just people that come to ride their bikes, and appreciate all the animals too. And I appreciate the business owner that spoke up about the noise too, because our neighborhood, our trees are a lot smaller. We don't have the foliage and growth that are in a lot of the older neighborhoods of the community, and noise does just carry so much more in that area of the city. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from the public at all tonight? Seeing none. So for the commission, before we discuss again, we do need some sort of recommendation or movement. That could be continuing public comment till the next meeting. That could be something else.
Yeah, I would move to do this on May 13th.
Second.
Okay. Comments, directions for staff, questions?
I wonder if we should move it to, and maybe Karen, you can jump in here, if it makes sense to separate the Viking Center and the crypto text amendment to 2 separate. I don't know if we can because they're kind of linked. I just worry we've lost people that maybe want to, and also for the other agenda items that are planned if we move it to separate meetings, but
I mean, you certainly can. We have some other items that we're, waiting on, like the College Hill Code and that sort of thing. So that's now been delayed.
Gotcha. Okay.
Because of these meetings. So
fair enough.
If the commission, I have a slide here for just maybe clarity here about some ideas that. So the options really for the commission right now is based on the public comment. You can decide to make a recommendation right now if you would like to do that, either to approve or deny the amendments as proposed for this cryptocurrency. That is an option that you have that's up to the commission. You can continue the public hearing to the next meeting to May 13th. You can continue the public hearing to May 13th with specific requests for changes to the draft ordinance. And I think I mentioned before that staff does have some concerns based on the conversations that we've had and the concerns of the public, that we would also recommend some tightening of what's proposed here if there is an idea that the commission wants this to wants to recommend approval of an allowance for cryptocurrency mining. Sure. If there's not, the commission doesn't want to, if wants to just recommend denial of the ordinance, there isn't, I just want to clarify, there isn't a reason to do a moratorium because it's not technically allowed right now. But what it would do is then say, if you don't pass this ordinance, and your recommendation is to council. Of course, you're not the decision makers, but that would move on to council, and then they would, you would have, if you said we recommend denial, then it takes a supermajority vote of the council to override your recommendation. So those are all kind of options that you have on the table, and it's totally up to the commission on what you want to do there. So just leave it at that.
Well, I don't know if I want to drag this out longer, so I'll rescind my comment on that then.
Do we want to vote on it now? Or? I think. So can I?
So we have to.
So we could vote on it now, is definitely within our purview. So there's a motion right now to continue it to the next meeting.
Correct.
We would vote on that.
Yep.
Or someone could come up with a secondary
We have to vote on this first.
So is there a motion and second on the table?
This is on the table, yep, to continue to next meeting.
You can rescind your motion if you want to.
I rescind my motion to move this to the May 13th.
Okay. Discussion, thoughts from anyone?
I would like to deny any of the amendments that are proposed. I'd make a motion to deny that.
Deny the amendments or deny the
Just
ordinance?
Deny the ordinance in general, yeah.
I mean, that's where we're going, right?
So the motion is always made in the affirmative, but you could vote no. So you'd make a motion to approve the amendments as proposed, and then the commission would vote yes or no on those, because there's a reason that you always make the motion in the affirmative.
So then, yeah, I make a motion to approve the amendments.
I'll second that.
So we do have the motion on the table, so now we can discuss more if people want. I think me personally, I really struggle with the amount of energy being used for any one purpose, whether that be crypto mining, whether that be something else. And the fact that they are already using 45, peak is 111, sometimes we average 60. It's kind of mind-blowing to me, frankly, and I don't necessarily think that's the kind of business or energy use that I would want to see expand in Cedar Falls, and the level it's already at is already concerning.
It's a lot of juice. And if, so having people that can work on electronics in our community that's a valuable asset as well. We shouldn't overlook that skill set of everybody's walking around with a phone in their pocket and these things break. And it would be nice if we didn't just have to throw things away like this and we had a skill set where there was some industry that you could do without, cancer, carcinogens and all that stuff. I'm talking pie in the sky here. If there was a crypto mine where the business plan was, okay, we're going to cap you at 45, and they're going to use the technology to reduce that power, maintain the computing ability, but with less power. Whoa, now we're generating technology, but now we're just generating crypto. Doesn't do much for me. So.
Yeah, for me, the text amendments, I think the public made it clear that I think we need to have a lot more discussion before we consider anything like this. And there are a lot of other things that we need to, I think, pull in that aren't currently in the amendment as is.
Yeah, the concern of the public obviously is very apparent. And, the concern of CFU is even more worrisome, honestly.
Yeah, I agree with all the public comment tonight. I agree. I'm not really wanting this in my community, but I do question maybe the short-sightedness there. I don't want a data center or crypto mining next door to my house, but I also know that I like technology, and everyone in this building likes technology, and it comes from data centers. And ultimately, we're going to have to figure out how to work with data centers somehow. I'm not saying here, but bigger picture, we got to figure out how to do that.
I do agree that this is still a proposed zoning amendment to allow certain use cases. And we've heard, and we know that a big data center wouldn't be allowed because it's not in code, but yet we already do have some things that are slipping through cracks because the technology does change. And so could we have something that comes forward in the future, maybe not next meeting, to kind of put those guardrails up so it's more clearly defined what has big brakes pumped, if anything is proposed. I think I would really like something in the code that, I know it's only if this exists in the code is technically how the rule's supposed to work, but it doesn't always play out in practice. So I would like something that maybe outlines the big data centers, the AI, the big things like that. So we don't have anything kind of sneak in, and then CFU is stuck having to give them, electricity as they grow and expand. So that would be a direction I would like to see us go.
I think my struggle is, on the other hand, we're talking about a local business that's built from the ground up, and to your point, John, they started with rebuilding technology. They're a local company that still does that in town. But I also think, on the other hand of that, we're holding CFU to a higher standard for green practices, which we discussed heavily earlier this meeting. And so it seems like if there was a way to marry those somehow, they're building all this infrastructure, can somehow that be built with new renewable energy? Then that would be a really interesting conversation. Obviously, much easier said than done. So it seems hard to hold CFU to a higher standard with the Viking Energy Center and to not do the same. So it's a struggle, but.
And I can express the same sentiments as well. When I think about what Susan said about, if something's legally located within our community and they are responsible to serve that makes me nervous. Bonding for the infrastructure, degrading our rating. I mean, there's a lot of things that have already been said that I won't repeat because I think everybody's done a good job. So I can appreciate that.
Any other discussion? Otherwise, we do have a motion to approve the zoning as presented, and we would need a roll call vote for that.
Okay, ready? Fisher.
Nay.
Hartley.
Nay.
Johnson.
Nay.
Koger.
Nay.
Mosier.
Nay.
Stallnaker.
Nay.
Watkins.
Nay.
Okay, that motion does not carry.
So then from a process, does that still go to council that they know that we denied it, or there's?
Yes, they would know that you recommended denial on this, these code amendments. So that would be the next step. Of course, the city council would be asked to set a public hearing on that, and then there would be public hearings at the city council on this.
Okay.
So we'll get more direction, I'm sure, from the administration on the next steps on this, but those meetings would be published then.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the clarification. That does end our old business. Are there any commission updates tonight?
I don't have anything for you tonight. I think we've been here long enough.
Is it going to be hard to get a motion to adjourn?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much for the public and everyone who did come out tonight. We do appreciate it.